Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. You know ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. You know ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm thinking finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm thinking finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How I get my monkeys. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop dance finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake was round us. How I get my monkeys. I got so many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick, feast, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream.
The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then, collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a reversal blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your reversal blade. Then, you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden armor racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a golden armor order, you can summon a golden armor rack anywhere you want. Summoned golden armor racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now! The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Arangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. camels aren't only found by the side of the road. They can also be summoned with a camel bell as a two-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, Instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonders Play System and Creation Center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale, the last day for this season in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Spring 2025. We're still here with you, storytellers. My name is CelcomDigi, together with a wonderful APPEX PLAYZ, and all red today.
Yes, I am very much red because I do believe that it's going to be a bloodbath, a rampage for everyone else in the grand finals, especially for the last day. Just like Techno, of course, they don't stop at nothing and they would push through all of our battles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just like how our teams will be playing today. They will push it through. They will push it through. Especially some of the teams are starting to really rise up and putting the challenge to Yangon Galacticos, who is currently at #1. But because we have 6 more games to go, anything can happen.
Anything could happen, just like yesterday when Harami Bros actually did their best to get all of those points, get those chicken dinners, and now they are on that 2nd spot. So a good run just like that could happen to other teams as well, which really adds up to the thrill that we can witness for today.
Oh yeah, so it's something that we want to see what's going to happen the entire day. But if you were to log into your PUBG Mobile, you would see this new theme mode, the Golden Dynasty, in conjunction with the 7th anniversary version of PUBG Mobile. And inside of it, you can get a new events. Well, it's an event where you have new areas to play. You even have this camel that you can try out inside the game, which I thought is really, really unique. There's also the reversal plate that can be used as well to double loot a certain loot crate. So there's a lot of things that you can do there. And of course, we'd like to welcome back again Alan Walker as part of our music collaboration for the 7th anniversary.
Exactly, and again, track 1 is faded right there, and track 2 and 3 you will definitely know when you are active in the PUBG mobile scene. But now, of course, for the final time in the 2025 PMCL Southeast Asia Spring Grand Finals, our finalists were on your screen right there before the overall ranking circled. Again, going back to the dominance that YG had shown for the past 2 days, now with 155, but slowly catching up after them would be Bros and Nexus Vanguards.
Yeah, the gap right now is 46 points between Yangon Galacticos and Harami Bros. 6 games to go. Mathematically, it's still possible for them to catch up. And let's not also discount like teams like NX as well. They mathematically can also catch. If you kind of think about it, they are now 53 points behind Yangon Galacticos. We have 6 games. Mathematically, it is still possible for them. Another team that actually made a big rise yesterday.
Definitely, they can actually catch up. But of course, going back to the recap that we had for yesterday, all of these highlights that Bros had given us, they took that first winner in chicken dinner onto Sanhok, and of course the previous one as well, if you would count that. We had, of course, that show match in Rondo that they also took. Probably that is, in my opinion, one of the things that made them have a good momentum, because Sanhok was not their exact first map, but rather the Rondo show match.
Yeah, it felt like the show match curse did not affect them at all. In fact, it gave them the boost to score 3 chicken dinners in the official matches. So technically, they scored 4 chicken dinners in a day, including the Rondo show match, that is. So great work by Harami Bros. They do not believe in curses. They believe in momentum instead. And it was translated into the performance yesterday and we can see their performance based on the highlights on screen right now.
Exactly. So all of these were the moments we're in. They got a winner chicken dinner exactly on to go to Esports, and we still have 6 more matches for them to play in. 1 Sanhok, 3 Erangel maps, and 2 Miramar matches. So this might look quite long for all of us as viewers, but for those players, this is all already, you know, just a few inches away from that championship title. So every map counts, and in every map they should do their best, and of course, they cannot afford to lose any game at this point.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. This is the final sprint for all the teams. So whatever placement that they're aiming for, these 6 games will determine it. And we will be jumping straight into our official match, ladies and gentlemen. We will not have any show matches like how we did yesterday. In case you missed out on the show match, it was a Rondo show match. And if you want a preview of how Rondo looks like and how the pro players will be playing, you might want to check out the show match from yesterday. But today, we're just going to jump straight into the 6 matches. By the end of the 6 matches, we will be crowning the champion for this season's PMCL Southeast Asia Spring.
Ooh, that is really, really exciting, and just hearing that gives me the chills. So what more if we are going to get into the game later on? Goosebumps would probably be present when we start that Sandhawk map, and most especially once we end that final moment in Miramar on our 18th match. So they already have finished 12 matches overall. I hope that they were satisfied with their performances, and if not, this is their exact and only chance for them to do even better and to correct the lapses that they had done for the previous matches.
Oh yeah, because only one team will be crowned, so it's time to make history for all these teams. I noticed that within the community, a lot of supporters of Yahoo Galacticos, they're saying that this feels like the embodiment of Genesis Esports, and I can totally understand that, because 2 of the players from Genesis Esports are in Yahoo Galacticos, and they are putting a performance that would make the fans remember of Genesis Esports in their best days.
Definitely, we all miss those moments from Genesis Esports. Although, for those who are watching, I'm actually the one, if you have heard of the term that I've coined during the moments wherein Genesis Esports were really very dominant, and then there were moments wherein Philippine teams actually turned that table around. I coined the term GE who? When they are actually being knocked down by those Philippine teams. But now GE is not here. Now YG is going back, as of course 2 of those players are from Genesis Esports, so I really could not say that term anymore, but I would also want to wish them well, because Sir Cloud, this is just a few more seconds before we enter the last Sandhawk map for the Grand Finals in PMCL Southeast Asia.
And this is going to be the final Sandhawk for the season as we head on to it. So far for the Sandhawk matches in the Grand Finals, the first Sandhawk, we got an OK circle. It was in the main peninsula, just outside of Paradise Resort. The second Sandhawk circle was in the Ruins Island. So that was pretty tough for a lot of teams. Now, coming into the final Sandhawk, I would love to see a tough one. Maybe the first circle enclosing on the 3 different islands. That would be pretty nice.
That will be pretty nice. Oh, just a big shout out to Jiro on YouTube, because he mentioned that my mic was quite sounding different. So yes, thank you so much for that observation. And now going back to this match number 13 out of 18, and this is going to be our first few moments in the game. A Team Max being the first blood, courtesy of YG Smile here, and Max team also got knocked down, and Easy K though will be taken as well, and this is not looking good for Team Max, but rather now doing really well for our YG.
And Team Max only has 1 player left, and that's going to be Joseph very early on. Another fight that I would like to see, a potential fight maybe inside of bootcamp, because we have seen the bootcamp fight before this, but so far no indication of any fight in bootcamp just yet, so we're gonna keep an eye on that. As of now, Joseph, only him alone, so playing for survival points is the best that he can do now.
Definitely, and those are the moments, of course, that they don't have any other choice. But here we have a choice for Hive Blood to knock down and secure those kills onto our kill enemy. It's just surprising that kill enemy didn't drop anymore in the area wherein Hive is already dropping, and now that they had that distance in between them, they still weren't able to escape those bullets by Hive International completely. So that was Kaya being knocked down, but now that he is up and alive, they need to reposition themselves and probably go to a better and safer spot.
Even KE, they had to leave boot camp this time for whatever reason. It's not like any of their players got eliminated, but maybe they felt that the timing was a little bit off and they will need to loot somewhere else. As long as they maintain all for their players, it will be fine. They can still go to another location, another house to loot, and continue to play the game again.
Yes, they need to continue to play that game again, but continuing the game is, of course, Ramit Bro. They had a good streak yesterday. So now the question is, will they be able to keep up with that momentum given that everyone else, each and every team, of course, would want to do the same and they want to go for that do or die situations in this grand finals final day. So biggest question again, will Bros be able to get closer to YG, or will YG just continue to dominate all of the matches?
Well, at the start, they scored 3 elimination points. So maybe that's an indicator that, hey, some teams are catching up to us. So we better buckle up. And so far, decent start for Younger Galacticos. Now, we didn't get the chance to see the first circle, but looking at some of the spots that the players dropped, I believe that it should be in the main peninsula. On the elimination feed, however,
Ooh.
Sin is taking out Goodfellas.
Now they took those 2 eliminations in their bags. The last 2 remaining for Godfellas are actually quite far right now. Shaco is on the other side, Newbies is on the other. So with that spread that they have, it is not really worth it for them to go and face Sin Esports right now. So that is just a giveaway for now. And they need to try to extend their stay inside of the game and, of course, try to keep themselves safe.
Yeah. Goodfellas will need to keep themselves safe because they only have 2 players and they are on page number 2. With the gap not that far, with at least the top 4, the difference between them and KE right now is 19 points. So they can actually still go up onto the first half of our overall chart. So the chances are pretty nice for Goodfellas. As for NX, man, another team that we talked about them possibly catching up to the number 1 spot, mathematically still possible. But as a start in this round, they will lose 1 player.
Right now, they lose that 1 player right there. And next is Vanguards. Of course, they have one of the best chances as well to either overtake Bro or even get closer to YG. But now, with this happening quite early in the match, we're not yet sure. But still, they have 3 players, and we have proved for the past matches and past days that really, if you still have 3 players, you can still do that magic and that miracle run. But for now, we're not yet sure about that. Has YG still a full squad, still staying strong. So again, for Young Galacticus, the streak is still there.
Yes, Young Galacticos not only they scored the 3 elimination points early, but looks like they move out of boot camp, out of Paradise Resort. And though we haven't seen like the first circle where exactly it is, but my hunch is that they are playing in the middle of the circle this time because we can see a lot of teams around them. So a lot of teams probably move towards the middle part of the circle as well. And YG, they choose to play that. But they're playing the active role. They're not like, okay, sitting in the compound, just waiting for teams to come to them. No, they send 2 players out to scout other teams, gather information on top of that hill. Might be a little bit of a risk, but it might give them the return that they are looking for.
Yep, definitely. At this point, there's really, again, not much to lose. Most especially if you're around the middle to the latter part of our leaderboard. So that is the best thing for them to do. Try to be more aggressive and try to farm all of the eliminations that they can. And at the end of the day, it all just gonna be resulting into either losing a bit more of those points and being pushed down a little bit, or they could also have that high reward of going to be on top of the leaderboards, or not really on top, overtaking YG, but rather a little bit more than what they currently have. So those are the moments that I believe, in my opinion, is a perfect chance for them to take those risks.
Yeah, at least they kind of close the gap, right? So you put yourself in a position that you might have a little chance. Maybe, I'm just putting it out there, right? Maybe might go like 0 points in the next few rounds, open a lot of opportunity at the teams. Of course, sometimes that kind of situation beyond another team's control. But what you can control is your own decision making. So your own decision making is just to do and try to collect as many points as possible. Looks to have a really difficult circle involving 2 different islands this time.
Yes, indeed. And with the circle out here, again with that river, and just and challenging circle of someone else right here for one smile. He's that front of players left for next Vanguards and would go for that surprise attack, most especially if they move a bit towards his spot right here. And if they overextend, perfect time for Master Smile in that engagement. But from afar, he's also spotting KE.
Oh yeah, he's getting information from this high ground, not only from the compound below him, but also across. What a good position that he's in. The information back to his teammates. And playing the rest of the round without Zai, one of the former players of Genesis Esports, a very important player for NX. They have to deal with it. But anyway, it's not all doom and gloom because we have seen teams with 3 players at the very beginning still able to score a chicken dinner. So for NX, don't give up on hope yet.
Yeah, just keep that fighting spirit and still continue the plan that you have in mind. But now here, ooh, a possible battle in between from it, bro, and our Burmese ghosts as they go uphill. It is quite inevitable that they would need to clear up that spot right there, or they will be the ones who will be cleared by our Burmese ghosts. But will the Lilyatka, the only player, just right them? Ooh, look at that. Half of his HP would now be out courtesy of our other teams. I'm not sure if that would be bro range because they are playing that spot onto our Burmese ghosts, but probably Nathan also had that chance earlier. But with Burmese ghosts moving right here, now Bros has all the time in the world to enter our safe zone.
Yeah, they are taking their sweet time to enter the safe zone. Probably they are anticipating the fact that the potential fact that the circle go to the opposite island. So that's why they're not really committing to get into the middle of the circle, and it might be difficult for them to get out of it. As for Sin, they're in action again, this time against Goa. Jeffrey will be knocked down. Goa, they lost Jeffrey. 3 players left with 1 still down.
Oh no, for our Guardians of Fiend, if they continue with this gameplay that they are always the ones having those early eliminations, early casualties on their end, chances slimmer and slimmer, most especially for them to go out Austin's spot and they could be cemented on that the ranking. But with time to quick shift with a few points away from that, easily do that later on. Look at this. Nice challenge and nice counter attack coming in from Goa onto Sin Esports, and that would be FVV being taken down. The question is, will they be able to confirm that Sin Esports are fast with rescues?
Yeah, I love this spot on top of the Camp Alpha Mountain. It is a good vantage point, a lot of locations around you, and if circle does go there, it's a big advantage. But speaking about the circle, we're going to get where with circle shift later on. I'm going to still see a 50-50 though. And it pops no all the way to the top. So the Camp Alpha Mountain will need to be a
Oh no, they need to act fast right now. If they have quite a long way to go before entering that northern spot, most especially for teams coming in southern portion of that previous. So not only do they have to journey a bit, but they would also need to cross that if they are coming from the western side. But now peeking onto Hive, oh no, what is happening? Our Hive International, this might be an internet connection issue. Probably, yes. Very, very, very unfortunate, as Hive Red is just the owner who has that chance onto defending his 3 other players, teammates right there. But looking at it, recipe is what we are seeing. Sin Esports versus 214.
And looks like the rotation is happening now onto the main peninsula. Teams from the Camp Alpha Island coming in. And so far, so good. Nobody got knocked while traveling, so that's fine. But the one that got knocked is one of the travelers from the southern side. It's going to be MV from Title Quick Esports. Gold Esports will try to block them off from coming in.
Now that they need to block them off, they also need to try to go for that revive. But will that be so possible? I think so later on. Gus could take that risk right there. But with GFS Shock, oh, what happened with GFS Shock? We're not quite sure what is going on right there. But here we have Rizuki and another more player from Time to Quick is battling with another team. Evergo Esports just passing by right in front of them. That will be Gus. Oh, on to Goa, but that would be Ngapikyao actually
Ngapikyao.
taking that knockdown. But Godfellas Gaming are now
Oh, no.
already eliminated.
Oh no, Ngapikyao, he did not heal up in time. Wasn't too sure if he had any first aids, but at least Clay can still save him. There's still enough time. Maybe move him into the vehicle and then drive him into a safer place before he heals up. We'll see what happens later on. Anyway, for GOAT, they are stuck in the blue still together with Time to Quick Esports. Time to Quick Esports still tanking it out and looking at over at their healing utilities. Now, KH, he does have one first aid, one medkit, so that's still pretty decent. He can still tank out stage number 3, but at some point, he still needs to get in.
Look at this. This will be Fearless from the 14th spot. Now on to that battle with the bros. Both of them are having those nades in front. Oh, that was just a missed chance for Jibna to knock down one player of our Fearless. But on the other side of our battles, that would be KE onto our Burmese gold. But Fearless Ranzer right here would be trying to knock down our bros. But Bro Range from behind will be taking down one of the players of Fearless. So that is a 1-2-1 knockout trade right here. But Nathan, let's see what he will actually do as Ranzer is just on to his side, wanting to take him down with that frag grenade. But with that push, we'll actually get that win right here. Oh, Jibna now will be confirmed and will be secured. So that is quite unfortunate for the bros that they already lost one.
Oh, potentially they might lose range if he gets shot down by AstroX. AstroX kind of know that he's behind this rock. He saw that vehicle, that's why he's looking at this particular rock. And Rage probably showed himself a little bit earlier on. At the same time, the elimination fee continues to roll. Hype International now in the fight against Burmese Goals. And Burmese Goals, they easily won the fight against
Ooh.
Hype.
GG, well played. BG versus KE versus Hive as well. I'm not just quite sure if Hive International was able to recover with the internet problems earlier on. What now right here? I'm also not sure how GOAT Esports will be able to recover with those 3 knockdown players right in front of our Harambe Bro. As that Fearless versus Bro battle continues right here, Jappy will also secure 7 support right there, but Ranzer is also trying his best to go for that cover fire onto the bros and also wanting to keep them and not letting them enter this safe zone anymore. As Ranzer there almost got spotted by Jappy in the process. All range at the same time. So he is trying his best to go for those moments, but Pop-Up still asking for that revive. I don't think Ranzer would be able to go, but I think he will still try.
But Harambe Bros, they're still in trouble. They're not in the circle yet, and the zone is still closing. There's still teams in front of them. Anyway, Harambe Bros, they have a good spread. Rage is on the other side, playing as a support. They need to cut across. Fearless Esports still wants to take them out of range. I wonder if he will try to save his teammates. Ranzer gets another one. One more to go. It's going to be a 1v1 against Ranzer and Nathan. And Nathan, at least he won the fight. The revive will kick in, and he will be in the zone soon.
Look at those eliminations by Bro 7 right now. But speaking of eliminations, Goa will also be eliminated with just 2 points in their bag. Sinkel, though, will be knocked down by that nade coming in from AP.
Whoa.
And one more will land perfectly onto Rankid. And the third one almost got knocked down. Wacko right there. But with this exchange, how would Sinevy defend the rest of the team? And the answer is no, they would not be able to do so. And as APG Skyn in here takes that 4 eliminations on the Sin Esports, they now go out on the 10th spot.
And now APG against 2-1-4. The fight will continue on by the edge of the circle. Looking at the blue, is chasing them down. Beautiful nade set across. APG, so far they have the upper hand. One more to go.
Ooh.
And APG, they're looking for Kree, and they cut him. And now APG will have access into the circle.
With that access on the circle, look at that circle favoring YG right here. And they're just right in the middle, so not much movement is going to be needed from their end. And now, moving on to and going back to the battle that we had earlier, 2 players were taken onto the side of 2-1-4. So that is just Woem and Michi right there, trying to survive for the rest of 2-1-4 Esports, with Fern here trying to go for that nade onto their end. Will they receive that well? Oops, not actually coming in from Fern, but that is a fortunate one for 2-1-4 that they are quite able to bail out from this engagement.
And 2-1-4, two players on the lower ground. APG looking over at them. I wonder if APG will want to go and collect those elimination points. Or maybe they might as well wait for the next piece of circle and decide what to do next. Anyway, they can also remain at the top of this hill to try to block out the remaining two members of 2-1-4. The moment they step out, APG will be ready for them with this high ground.
Now APG is quite awake. Yesterday, they probably were under a cave trying to take more of that rest. But now that they are alive and they have woken up already, probably this is a good chance for them to make up for those points that they weren't able to get yesterday during day number 2. With those 6 eliminations, I think this would give them that needed boost right here. But for PBMS and for Goat Esports, they need to target Chill Guy right there, because that could be a huge poison towards them.
PBMS, they have the chance to block up another team. Long range by Scotty onto the high ground, trying to take out a member of Harame Bro. Harame Bro, they need to get into the circle. They're not in it yet, but they can make the rotation down south to get into the circle. It should be okay for them as long as they don't take the high ground route.
That was actually a Goat Chill Guy being mollied, and then eventually he was taken. I'm not quite sure what team was that, because the nearest to him would be PBMS, but they did not get that elimination, so probably somewhere far from this area, which is our Yangon Galacticos. But now far from this area would be the Bros, and they need to push a little bit forward, but they would be meeting YG later on, as 2-1-4 is having that struggle, as also Bro Jappy will struggle in the hands of NXWTZ.
Yeah, Harame Bros as a team struggling to get into the circle again and again. That's the thing about playing on the outer side of the circle. Yes, you have the chance of securing more elimination points, but you need to find a way to get into the circle. The circle likely will move away from you, and that is what is happening now with Harame Bros. Decent amount of elimination so far with 7, but the challenge is to get into the circle.
Exactly, most especially now that Yangon Galacticos are just sitting pretty inside of the circle, just having their best moments to gatekeep the rest who are still wanting to take that spot inside of the safe zone. They could easily see 2-1-4 right here. Look at that, spraying onto them. That was an easy one, but that actually came in from Bro Nathan and the YG Romeo Boy, eliminating the rest of our 2-1-4 Esports. Now with only 5 teams remaining, they all have their spots. It all just gonna boil down to where would the circle again shift to.
And here comes APG onto the area where PBMS is at. Spray by Monboy! And by the way, Monboy is playing though. Now Monboy with a beautiful spray match, get a knockdown to Fer. They're looking for Nangex right now. Nangex, 10% of health. He needs to heal up, and the name will be onto him. And Nangex will be knocked down by that beautiful name.
That is actually courtesy of Minor right there. That is a major impact onto our APG, as this will just be Skynet. That will only be top as well, being pinned down quite outside of our circle. So PBMS has that upper hand onto managing that situation onto APG. Meanwhile, for Young Galacticos, they also have the circle and they also have that compound all for themselves. So best of both worlds is now what is happening onto YG.
Nangex finally eliminated. And for APG, they only have 2 remaining players left. And some of them on the outside of the circle. Young Radicals all the way in the circle with this compound. APG finding it hard to come in. Now it's going to be range. Knocking out the Golden Boy Skynet.
Oh no, that is unfortunate for Skynet. They would have a difficult time later on, but that is a good one coming in from our Bros. And this will be another attempt on to taking more of those eliminations. Max Joseph would be naded down by our Bros. And not only that, bullets will also be coming in from YG, but Bro Jappy lands that final blow onto Team Max. And now with 4 remaining teams inside, oh, not anymore for APG, as they would be pinned down and cemented onto the outside of the safe zone, leaving us with PBMS. We also have here Bros, and we also have here YG.
And looks like Nathan got Monboy all the way from afar. And now it's Harame Bros coming on to Yangon Galacticos. They have to take over this compound. They have to infiltrate it. They have no choice. Sends a nade. into the house. Will not connect at all. Yaku Gadigos prepared for a murder. Gets a double knockdown. And with that, Yaku Gadigos defended the ground. Now it's all onto them to wrap things up against PBMS. They take out one by one. Scotty will be knocked down. And nothing is going to stop Yaku Galacticos from this chicken dinner.
OMG. YG just... Oh, that was really that speechless moment. I wasn't able to say anything because look at that. YG again getting that winner chicken dinner, getting all of those eliminations, getting that circle all for themselves, pinning down PBMS and Bros one by one. On point is the gameplay of our Yango Galacticos, and I just really commend them for that.
Oh, absolute top-notch defense. Played in the middle of the circle, and they did very, very well. But we're going to check out the best moments here. But before that, just to be sure of their total eliminations. So they got a total of 12 eliminations with the chicken dinner. That's 22 points.
Oh my gosh, 22 points, even further widening that gap onto their opponents. Earlier on, that was just 46 points in between them and the Bros. Now even further, but now let's first see what are the highlights in that match. YG is still unstoppable with 22 whopping additional points on match number 13. And that would be 15 for the Bros, 11 for APG, and 9 for PBMS. But because YG and Bro are the ones actually on that closer fight toward the championship title, that only means that Bros would not be able to catch up to the gap that YG had onto them earlier, but even further getting farther from the points that the Bros are making. So with the difference that we have seen during those moments, I am not quite sure how else they would be able to halt what YG is doing right here, because again, if this would rather just continue, they would just be onto the higher spots in the leaderboard.
Yeah, same goes for NX, right? NX only managed to score a handful of points, so clearly YG will still pull away from them. At this point, YG can not only mean young radicals, but can also mean you good.
Ooh, that is a good one, Sir Cloud. Indeed, you good. For the side of our YG, they're just incredibly good. And again, what they have shown us is a balance of everything. They exactly know when to take those fights and when to chill a bit, just like what happened during the final moments. They are inside of the circle, they had that compound, they were not the ones who are initiating, but if ever that there are chances of getting those eliminations, they are really taking that all for themselves. So looking at the leaderboards right here for the overall rankings, 177 points. That is a 53-point difference onto the bros. And again, GG's for YG. For bros, I was hoping that they could also, go for that miracle run, but I don't think that is going to be so possible, Sir Cloud, given that we only have a few more matches for today.
Yeah, they have with the 53-point gap. I would say, and this is just roughly, right? I would say perhaps at this point, maybe just give them like 1 or 2 more games, and if the gap is still as such, then the day is pretty much over for Younger Galacticos, frankly speaking. But let's see what Harami Bros can come up with, because in this round, they played a different strategy on the outside of the circle. They want to hunt for elimination points, and they got 10 of them, which is pretty decent. Of course, the challenge is to get into the circle from time to time. The other flip side is that if you know that you're ahead, you play in the middle of the circle, you can potentially get the circle even more. So you just need to play a bit more defensive and wait for other things to come, which is maybe possible other points just to top it off, just exactly what Younger Galacticos is doing. So I would expect the same strategy to still be deployed in the following round.
Exactly. Look at that distance travel. It is just around 9,500 plus for Yangon Galacticos and 16,000, 18,000 for the rest of those teams on top. So that only means that they did not move so much. They weren't the travelers of the Sandhawk map, but rather they're just taking their sweet, sweet time, as we have here the sweet, sweet smile from YG Smile as he took those 4 eliminations onto him with 551 damage and only 58 damage taken. So indeed, for YG, I believe for today they have again all of the favors so far.
Not sure if it's single, but he definitely has a sweet smile. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We appreciate beautiful things. Appreciate
Yes.
it. And of course, Smile, I mean, no stranger to the MVP chart. He has always been like the multiple MVP during Genesis Esports days, and arguably this is one of the most valuable transfer in the PMCL market this season. So Younger Galacticos, they're done with Sandhawk. We're going to head on to Erangel in our second match for today. But before that, we're going to take a short break. We'll see you guys after this. And here we go! Erangel on day number 3 in our grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. The map that is very, very familiar to all these teams. Let's see whether Young Galacticos will again run away with it.
Oh no, we will see that for later on. But so far for our grand finals for day 1 and day number 2, there is one, or rather, make that 2 teams who were consistent in getting those chicken dinners in the map of Erangel. That would be Nexus Vanguards and Kill Enemy. So I'm not sure, maybe this could also lean towards them, or either 214 or PBMS who also got 1 each for both of the days. But we don't just have a few more seconds. Why not check what will happen here in our first Erangel map for the last day of the grand finals?
And here it is, Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. The 5th last match of our grand finals. The flight path will begin from the 4th guy all the way down to Primos. So, teams who want to go all the way on to Subverti might need to travel a bit, but that's okay. Because based on the record that we have seen so far in our Erangel matches, the start is always alright. Teams know where to drop, teams know where to get their vehicles.
Yep.
But the biggest question is, where will the circle go? We have had some interesting circles, some regular circles, so to speak.
Yep.
But since it's the last day anyway with the last 3 Erangels, we might as well go for interesting circles.
Ooh, hoping for that to happen later on, but as we have seen yesterday, a lot of the circles were just quite aligned with the plane path, and that really did not challenge much our teams right here. But with those teams getting all of their vehicles, let's just hope they are going to be able to go to where they want to be at, and that it wouldn't be too far with our circle popping up later on. And SMB here would be taken. Oh, this is interesting. Taken by 2 teams, actually APG and Goa right there. Huge challenge for our Goa. This is the last team versus that team around the middle, which is again APG around the 7th spot. So high risk, high reward for our Goa, and probably a not so good battle with our APG if they are going to be the ones who will say goodbye first.
Well, we're going to see this challenge. We have not seen this before in the grand finals at least, so let's see who will win this fight. Of course, APG, they're quite a powerhouse here going up against Goa. And Goa, they know this place like the back of their hand, is their regular draw spot, so they should be able to overcome APG with the knowledge of mid to the base itself. And speaking about mid to the base, we still have a 50-50 circle. The circle could still go down to mid to the base at the end of the day, so it's something they won't want to keep an eye on.
Look at this. Fernji actually wanting to go on to Goa. I believe that was Clay Jr. also in this area, and Fern taking all the things that he could so that he would go for that battle later on. But now we are not yet quite sure. Again, as you've said, this is the area where an APG always drops, and this is where they reside in. So they know the ins and outs of this map. For Goa, a huge risk for them, and also a good strategy, because we have called them out several times already that they are on the lowest portion of leaderboard, so it is just right for them to do this right now.
And top almost got Clay down to the last tick of health, and it's hard for him to show himself right now. I don't think he has much space to work with. But on the elimination feed, looks like NX, they will score the first elimination point, taking out Chill Guy from Gold Esports.
That is a good one coming in from Nexus Vanguards. They took that first blood right here before Goa and APG. They're just both taking those knockdowns, or rather those bit of damages onto each other, but not enough for them to get those knockdowns. And Clay Jr. actually needed to hide himself because those bullets were actually damaging him so much to the point that he almost got eliminated. So Ngapik Yao, though, at the same time, having that same situation, all of them need to do their best at that point because, again, that is the area we're in. APG always goes to, but look at this. Those bicycles coming in from PVMS, they're just having their sweet time right here, too.
Yeah, they probably just take the first vehicle that they saw because they make a quick rotation into the mid to the base island. So they're going to gamble on the fact that, okay, the circle, though, is 50-50, is still going to go onto the mid to the base island, which is absolutely fine. Harami Bros doing the same as well. And they even have the time to be at this bridge, be the bridge trolls, and try to keep other teams from coming in.
Will that be actually beneficial for them later on? We will know, but look at this. APG Skynet, where did he come from and where did he actually rotate that he's not seen exactly by Goa? So he is now trying to knock down our Goa right there, but from behind him would also be the joiners of BBMS Pretzel with that M249 and knocking down APG Skynet. So that is, again, an unfortunate thing for both of the teams who got those early casualties, but Skynet, I thought that was actually a good strategy, minus, of course, our PBMS joining that engagement.
Yeah, 3 teams having interest into mid to the base, and a PBMS scored that one elimination point, and they're probably looking for more. Looking at their movement, they want to go in onto mid to the base itself, but they're just, I don't know, maybe they're just waiting for the elimination feed to roll before coming in while 2 teams are being distracted with each other.
Probably yes, but for Goa, they would not need to overextend too much. They just need to stay at a spot wherein they would not be seen by not only APG but also PBMS. But looking at another team who also had that early casualty, which is Gold Esports, they're now facing with Time to Quick right here with KH on the other side and MV here right in front of them as well. And Time to Quick Gus also still in that journey to push towards their spot. But Gold Esports, they are 3 inside that house and they're not making so much of those movements onto Time to Quick.
Yeah, they don't have Chill Guy together with them, so they're playing at a disadvantage now. Time to Quick Esports, they have arrived. They even have one support player on the outer side. And now they are trying to take over this house where Gold Esports, the 3 players are at. And they might send one player to charge in. Okay, Zuki gets closer now. So he's no longer playing the long range support. Totally understandable because it's a compound area. You won't be able to give much value with his last position. So he joins in with his teammates, all 4 of them in the same area, to want to take this place away from the hands of Gold Esports.
This is quite a risky move for our Goat Esports to just choose to stay in that one house. I know it is, of course, quite big to house 3 players, but still, just a few nades and they can be knocked down. And just like what I'm saying, that is coming in from Time to Quick Gus, knocking down Ryder right here, and that's gonna also go to Buddy right. Oh, what I have exactly mentioned, Goat Esports is not taking that perfect chance to, spread themselves into the compound. In Time to Quick right now goes for that push, knocking down 2, and the last player will also be eliminated. The rest of Gold Esports are now already out.
Oh, I love how Time to Quick Esports executed that. They know all the angles. They know all those windows, and all of their nades perfectly executed. Nicely done by Time to Quick Esports. Well, Sin, they saw what happened, but because of this kind of circle, and we're closing on the stage too soon, they might as well wait here and see where the circle goes then. They even have a hovercraft together with them, which is a nice touch.
Nice touch. Just like what I've also said, I believe I was yesterday or day number 1, that is interesting to see them using these vehicles, the hovercraft, the horse right here, and let's see if they will actually make that horse swim into the waters again. But now seeing Kill Enemy right here, they're on that 5th spot and they have more chances to push down PBMS or even Nexus Vanguards right there. And if they get lucky to get those chicken dinners and even a lot more of the elimination points, they could also overtake the bros But as what we are seeing from the Rose, I believe they're getting that momentum and they're getting into that rhythm. So most likely they would still stay on that spot. But with the movement of the circle, let's see who will get that blessing of the
Oh!
circle. And all of them anticipated that it will be an SMB circle, but nah, it's gonna be the other way around.
It's a scam, people! It's a scam! This kind of circle is left for us in the final day, and all those teams inside main to the base will need to figure out how are they going to get to the main peninsula, especially when you have so many teams there. If everybody wants to use the left bridge, it will be super crowded.
Super crowded indeed. And I just imagine those teams scratching their heads right now because they thought that, yes, we already got a spot in the SMB island. But what a big surprise! It is going to go to the main islands and on the area for Primorsk. So that is a huge heartbreak for a lot of these players. And now for Fearless, I believe they're just setting up this area for them to take down those players who would go through this bridge. So Fearless Ranzer and the rest of the gang needs to set that up very, very well. But on to the other side of our area, that would be Road Jappy being knocked down and being eliminated as well in the hands of APG Chop. So one more elimination onto APG right here. And unfortunately one for Bro is that they already lost one.
And last we saw Harame Bros, they were closest to the left bridge. So naturally, with this kind of shape of a circle, a lot of teams would head towards there. And that's where they will start to see a lot more teams. An example is APG, where Top scores his second elimination point, taking out a player of Harame Bros. And also, mind you, Yangon Galacticos, they are still in the main peninsula. They did not take the bait to go to Mated Base Island.
They were not scammed, Sir Cloud. They were not scammed. They were very wise in, in their decisions. And although nobody knows, of course, exactly where the circle goes, it again favors highly our Yangon Galacticus. And with the dedication that we are having for Sin Esports, they're just waiting for this circle, just be moving together with that movement of the blue zone at the same time. So they're going to avoid most of those movements inside of the circle, which is quite a strategic move for them because if they're just also going to join those battles inside, that would be much more chaotic.
Oh, at least not as chaotic for PBMS. They did the quick swim back onto the main peninsula as well. They should be fine. They should be fine. They do have a decent amount of healing utilities. So do expect them to continue to survive. Now it's a matter of when they dock themselves back, what sort of vehicles do they have? I see one vehicle in front of them. So at least they have something to work with the moment they land.
And now, again, this circle just comprises a portion of the SMB just to, you know, be a bit kinder to those teams who went to the SMB island and now moving further from their location and now ending on the western side of that previous one. This is now going to give much less of land area for those players to take. So now with GFS just being inside the circle at the same time with BG, they can chill a bit, but for those teams who needs to pass by, they need to be extra vigilant because a lot of eyes are going to be on them.
Yeah, sprayed by Master Ichi onto the rotating teams. Another attempt by Master Ichi this time, but not a single bullet hit. But that's okay, as long as they stand their dominance to tell his opponents that, okay, they are on top of this hill. On the elimination feed, Range got knocked down. Harame Bros will lose range. Only 2 players left for Harame Bros. Oh no, the team that is closest to chase Young Giganticos.
Oh no, Bros are having just half of their team right here, which of course would not give them much of the advantage later on. So the best thing that they can do is to hide right now. But right here, every time to quick, and APG hiding from all those bullets. Ooh, APG is actually on fire right here, eliminating Time to Quick KH, though they already lost 2 at the same time. They are still surviving so far, but with this nade on Time to Quick MV, that would not be received. That would just bounce a bit farther from his spot. So one more attempt coming in from APG Nangex, that would just damage them a bit. Woo, but look at this, damaging a lot onto APG top, and that would not only be Time to Quick right in front of them, but also Bros from behind taking that revenge.
Wow, Time to Quick Esports, they have to make this quick because they're still on the mid to the base island. Last we checked, the circle no longer at all on the mid to the base itself. Tiger Quick Esports, they'll be making a late rotation, and that's where there will be other teams trying to block them from getting across, including Harami Bros that is still also on the mid to the base island.
Oh, look at this. Swimming moments again coming in from Bro Jibna. And onto this side is will be BBMS. Onto BG. Master Itchy will now have to say goodbye. And next in the rest of the gang would also be eliminated as well. But for PBMS, they already took 3 for the team. And Bro Nathan, though, will be spotted again by Time to Quick because they were the ones who eliminated APG. Now they are forced to face each other. Jibna will be confirmed. Nathan was knocked down. And unfortunate thing for the Harame Bro, they will be wiped out from the map at the 13th spot with just 1 elimination.
And 1 elimination, not going to be enough for sure. Same goes for Harmony Bros and NX, also only 1. Again, Young Radicals, what else are we going to say about them? Look at this, they are around the era of Gaka. They're nice and steady. They do have 1 player on the high ground. They do have 2 players on the lower ground in case the circle shifts away. And they still have the circle. Again, this is the strategy that Young Radicals is going to play the entire day. Just play within the circle.
That center circle strategy is being very, very effective onto the side of Yangon Galacticus with the added sprinkle of luck coming in from that circle gods. They are indeed having, again, that favor from the zone, but here no favor is gonna go to Time to Quick MFV as that will be the rest of Fearless, knocking them down 1 by 1, and with the addition of that blue zone, that would be heavily damaging them right now. And with Goa right here, that was Jeffrey who also was taken down, but with that blue zone, again, that is already very painful at this stage. On stage number 4, they would bleed out so much and they don't have anywhere else to go, so I think Time to Quick would just be pinned around this area unless that they would swim onto the other side.
No chance they'll be able to get away. But our number 1 team right now, Young Radicals, has a chance to get away from Sin. Sin is not going to push against them because Sin is also busy. Look at this exit. Got 1 player out of Sin, and Sin will need to save their teammate. It's going to be FB eliminated. Unfortunately, they were a little bit too late. And Burmese goes, they will secure their 2nd elimination point.
Now with that 2nd elimination point right there, they're slowly adding those points onto them. But with KE and Sin Esports going for that exchange gift, ooh, both will just be having a bit of that scratches coming in from those shrapnels, but not exactly damaging them so much. So Sin Esports is actually bailing out from this spot or probably repositioning themselves a bit. But with both of them not being situated inside the circle, I believe they should prioritize getting inside that one first before battling it with the other. But let's see how else would they do this, as they're both very eager to take those kills.
Both teams on the outside of the circle as well, so it is going to be pretty difficult if they don't end this fight quickly. 1 nade on the Rankit does a bit of damage onto him. It's still alright, he can still back off. They still have that hovercraft for whatever reason still being used until now. Lukis takes a lot of damage. He needs to take the time to heal up as well. As KE, they are still not in the inside the circle yet. Same goes for Goodfellas and Fearless Esports.
Yep, they are in this same exact situation that we had for both Sin Esports and Kill Enemies. So they're just both challenging themselves to get that portion of safe zone right in front of them. So clearing operations is what is exactly needed during these moments, and going for again those exchange of names. But with that knockdown onto KE Master D2K, this is a good start coming from Sin Esports, and probably this will be their chance to push forward. But with 214 Mitchie joining that engagement, knocking down Sin Rankid, this is going to be a 3-party situation, which is actually favoring KE as they would be spared from further downfall.
Oh man, 214. They had no business in this fight, but they choose to come. They choose to join in onto the party. Nade onto Rankit. Rankit, last hit, it will explode, splash damage. But before that, Rankit has been eliminated, and the nades will continue to rain while 214. Oh, too much of a party for them. They are probably telling themselves that I'm too old for this. I will leave the party early.
leave the party early, of course, just like Cinderella. But right here, Kei Kaya will be confirmed by Sinco, so one more point for them with an additional molly onto their side that would not actually damage anyone else, but with that damage dealt onto Fearless Esports, that will be them being taken down. And again, more of those utility warfare right there, but not exactly everything is connecting, so not a good point for that team. But right here, Sinwako just disrupted that push coming in from YG, and Murnap Boy is still left right behind them, and they will also be left behind by the circle, so that move is needed from all of them.
And now say hello to Young Radicals. Murnat will knock down Wako. And Murnat from afar will be punished by D2K from KE. Murnat will be eliminated. Young Radicals finally scores their first elimination point. He had to be smart to secure that out of Wako. While KE is not interested with the fight, but they turn around, they see one target, and D2K, he got the knock, but immediately punished by Michi from the side.
That is a good spray coming in from 214. A nice defense. That was almost a knockdown onto our 214, but they survived that engagement. Look at this. That nade would just deal a bit of damage onto K. Lukis, but he still has that chance to survive. Well, with that flames, no. And with that additional frag grenade, that ended the rest of our kill enemy, and they were killed by their enemies, which is 214.
And 214 continues to score points thanks to Michi. 4 elimination points now for 214 as they continue to get into the circle. Romeo Boy for Young Radicals is going to be the final player. We still have 8 other teams, so he's not collecting any placement points yet. The good news is that he is in the circle. Sin is circling around, and now they know that Romeo Boy is here. Nades will be launched against him. He has to be extra careful right now. But before that, he sends his own nades across. From behind, he's going to be Hype International, but they're not able to score the hole-in-one yet.
Oh no, I don't think these players from Hive International are basketball players. They're not getting those nades into that 3-point ring right here where YG Romeo Boy is actually inside. Look at those. How many nades were those? I believe that were around more than 5. Make that 6 right now. And YG Romeo Boy is still up and alive. And he barely received those damages from all of those nades. Now with YG Romeo Boy knocking down Dale, that is an instant confirmation for him.
LeBron would be disappointed.
Exactly.
They try again. Okay. 3-pointer this time? Still no! They need lessons. Can we call LeBron here? I think they need to meet a superstar to give them those kind of lessons. And let's see if Romeo Boy can be the one to score those 3 points. Well, looks like Hype International, they're done with the 3 points. They say we'll take it into the face of Romeo Boy. Young guy that goes out.
They actually did not want to lose and waste any more of those utilities, which is, I guess, the best thing for them to do, unless they already don't have any more of those nades. That's why they stopped. But for this moment, with the movement of the circle, let's see where would that actually go right now. Ooh, 214 Esports having that major favor right there. But with that vehicle explosion coming in from Hive International, that would be seen Sid Esports being out of the game. So with their spread right now, circle out, and all of the players, they need to find a better spot because later on they would not have anywhere to go.
Yeah, and without the circle especially, they have to somehow get out of the sticky situation. A Team Max as well. The Team Max is also on the outside of the circle. Hype International still in front, and they're still trying to play dunk here with Hype International, but they managed to dunk it. Let's get Claude. One more to go. It's going to be Red inside of this shack. Not able to land a 3-pointer yet. But anyway, Team Max, they're done. Atif is coming in.
Atif is now here going for that push. And will they actually land those 3 points of nades onto Hive, which Hive attempted earlier onto YG Romeo?
Oh, 3
that's a good
points!
one, and that is the 3 points. They need to take note. They need to ask for that seminar coming in from Team Max. Exactly right inside of the basket. The rest of Hive International will be eliminated.
And that will make LeBron proud, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And 2-1-4 now in the middle of the circle. Now they need to defend their ground against Team Max that's coming in from the northern side. Team Max in an open area. Michi sees one. Michi sprays. Michi gets gunned down instead.
Ooh, hoo, hoo. That was not a good one coming in from 214 Michi that he was spotted right here. Spotted as well as our PBMS courtesy of our GFS going for those CQC battles right here will actually win. Both of them healthy damage. Now with newbies being taken down by Pretzel right here. Also almost barely surviving that engagement. He needs to heal up his teammates right away because there is one more remaining player from GFS who could also push them out. But here, pushing out and zoning out 214 is Team Max so that they could enter the ground where 214 is at right now. A lot more nades are being thrown, but unfortunately, those are also wasted utilities right there.
What is most important for them is that they need to be aware of Kree on the off angle left side as Team Max gets closer and closer to the main target. The two players of 214 right in front of them. At the same time, PBMS, they were busy as well, but they were done. And they managed to eliminate Goodfellas at number 5.
Now at number 5, leaving us with only 4. 2 from the Philippines, 1 from Cambodia, and 1 from Myanmar. But PBMS Brazil will be spotted by OsjaTH right there, and that would be an elimination from him. So Team Max actually has that vision onto our PBMS, but they don't exactly have that same thing onto 214. So this could also be a surprise attack later on. They just need to know exactly where they are at so that it would not give them so much of that struggle. But with 214 already knocking down Max Steve, they probably have a bit of the idea. But for 214, Kree again knocking down one more from Team Max, and right in front of them is a crawling Joseph. Let's see how this would turn out.
And here comes Joseph way into the small bench, getting knocked down by immediately punished from the other side. And again, it's going to be Michi. The John will make sure that Kree will not be the hero. But from the other hand, Scotty says, stop everyone, stop. Don't fight. Don't fight.
Stop indeed, and that was a halt onto those moments. Now leaving us with 3. We have Ergoa, PBMS, and 214. And with 214, Kree still knocked down in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of an open field. That is a mission impossible for him to be revived. But look at this. Miner receives so much of those nades, and oh, he will be knocked down as he tried to save himself by entering that Dasha, but that would not help him even further as OsjaTH is also scouting surroundings for him to see where else would Scatty be coming from. But Scatty is quite being very quiet right now because he would not want to expose himself as Goa still has 3 players alive.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be Scotty against 3 from 214, 2 from Goa. And let's see if he's able to overcome this situation. It's going to be rather difficult. Anyway, Miner confirmed eliminated. And now it's going to be Scotty all alone representing PBMS. We're at stage 7, but we only have 3 teams left. This round is really, really fast.
Really, really, really fast indeed. So we're not quite sure if it's also going to be a fast ending for them. Stage number 7 is just right here. We can still have stage 8 and stage number 9 later on. Scatty not moving an inch or not making his presence that much felt. But from below, he is actually being damaged. And that last bullet, will that go through? Ooh, no, not so much as Michi loses that bullet right there. Scatty miraculously surviving all of those bullets. That land, that ground is sparing him right there and saving him from being eliminated right away.
Right now, 3 teams pretty much within the circle. And we can somewhat say that Scotty's by the rim of it, but Michi knows that he's there. He's not able to land a pixel shot. Scotty is still alright. But Jeffrey tries to get as close as possible to his main target, which is 214. That's in front of him. And Jeffrey has his other teammates opening up the space as well. So when it comes to circle control so far, Goa, they had the better circle control. But the circle will continue to shift. This is going to be stage number 8. And it favors the 2 teams, 214 and Goa.
PBMS Scotty here has that least advantage, and he is the only one. So it's either he denies himself later on, or he will just surrender to either to Goa or to 214. So probably deny is the best thing for him to do, and if he can, he could go for that third party once 214 sees Goa in the process. Just like this, OsjaTH now will be confirmed by 214, which is, by the way, already unstoppable at this point with 10 eliminations.
Ooh, 10 eliminations already. Looking to wrap things up with a chicken dinner to make it a sweet. Definitely more than 20 points if they're able to do that. But of course, we have seen it multiple times. We've seen lots of upsets so far. Hopefully not an upset this time for them. As for APPEX, he's out of healing utility, so he'll be playing the rest of the round with only 10% of health. And finally, Michi got the pixel shot. But no, it's actually by the zone. The zone took out Skadi.
Yup, that is an unintentional deny. So we got Skadi lucky at that moment that he did not give one more point onto 2-1-4. But in terms of these two teams, at this point, again, it favors 2-1-4. Earlier on, it was for Goa when they had still those three players and they had a circle advantage. But with APPEX having no heals right here, if he is going to be spotted and going to be knocked down, that is an easy turnaround of events for our 2-1-4. Though they're still not sure where the Goas are at right now, they need to roam around in order for them to see and locate those players.
And stage 9, here it is. Cannot play by the rim of the circle anymore. And looking at Goa, because they are really just right in front of blue. 2-1-4, they still have a little bit more space, but they choose to just kind of move out because they're not sure exactly where their opponents are. Oh, now they know. They see one. It took out one. One more to go. It's going to bring APPEX. We only 10% of health. What can APPEX do with only that amount of health?
Oh no, it's gonna be much more easier now. I'm just gonna take 1 or 2 bullets to finish this battle. But will this be a miracle historical run for going APPEX? That is something that we do not know yet. But with 3 players pushing you right here, I'm not quite sure what else APPEX could do. 2-1-4 MS just running out in the open with those additional jumps.
Okay.
Ooh, he would actually spot 2-1-4 MS in the process and wasn't able to secure him right away. But will he be able to? Yes, he will. So now the 1v2 situation right here and going through the bullets is on to our 2-1-4 Esports getting that chicken dinner for today.
Well, at least a consolation prize for APPEX towards the end. So that's what he was waiting for. At least he goes out with 1 more extra point. But 2-1-4, this is not their first chicken dinner. They scored it before in pretty much the same area around Gatka when they won a 2v3 match the other day. Or was it 2v4? But anyway, it was a disadvantage to them. They won it. And now with them having the advantage, they will not let the chicken dinner go.
And actually, that was also the second match for yesterday for day number 2. So now them getting that second match for today. I think that first Erangel map is their sweet spot and their strongest suit right here. But with 12 elimination points, this is actually the first time I am seeing VOIN in the grand finals. And even him with this winner chicken dinner. So the rest of the team are slowly doing good for 2-1-4.
Oh yeah, they made a substitution this round and still able to score the chicken dinner. Great work for 2-1-4. And they managed to score 12 eliminations in total. So that's going to be 22 points collected in this round by 2-1-4. Nicely executed. And we'll get to see how will they fare in the overall charts later on. But before we go on to that, we'll check out the highlights here from this round. What a lovely circle that 214 was able to overcome while scoring the chicken dinner. And they're the only team that managed to score a double digit in terms of elimination points. 22 points collected by 214, followed by PBMS, 13 points in total, and Team Max, 12 points in total. That's also the double digit club. Tied to Quick Esports, they had a rough round, but they're still on page number 1 with 5 points. Not bad.
Not bad for them. But for YG, they were not so explosive during those moments and they did not last so long with only 3 points in the bag. Although that is still something because as we have always said, they don't even need to lift a finger. They can just, try to play, and even if they get eliminated too early, get those 2 soons, they could still have that seat onto that number 1 spot. So with those 3 additional points, that is still not so bad for our YG. And on to our overall rankings, they are already at 180 points. Right here for YG, still you good.
You good with 55 points gap here between YG and Harame Bros. I mean, and I can totally understand why they only managed to collect like a handful of points in this round, because by the time they were eliminated, they already saw the elimination feed that their closest contenders, Harame Bro, even NX at that time, they were eliminated. So they know that, they're done. So we can pretty much do anything and, chill earlier.
Chill indeed is what they need or they can do. They have that privilege to do that right there. But with the teams right here on top of our match number 14, that was 214, PBMS, Team Max, and Goa. And with those points, still 214 got the most, which is 12, PBMS and Max with 8 each, and Goa with only 3. But that was a good attempt into getting that winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately for them, that was not their moment here in match number 14, but rather it's the moment of 214 and the moment of 214 Michi with 7 personal eliminations, 731 damage, and only 245 of damage taken.
Oh, I love it. Lots of good off-angle moments for Michi. From afar, he's very alert of his surroundings. He knows where his opponents are at, and he's able to shut them down from angles that their opponents were surprised, especially the KE moment when they tried to get into the circle, they popped into 214, but Michi, with the off angle, took them all out, and that's how they took care of KE in total. So great work by Michi here. With that kind of work, he brought them 7 eliminations together with 731 damage as a whole.
Indeed. So GG well played for Michi and GG well played for the rest of our 214 Esports. That definitely brought them so much of that boost, getting this winner chicken dinner, and I hope that is going to continue on later. But for the upcoming matches, we already had finished Sanhok, which was taken by YG, Erangel, which was taken by 214, and we still have 4 more matches. So sit back and relax. We are going to be back after a very, very short break. And we are now back with just 1 minute on the clock for our teams to prepare their dropping points again in the map of Erangel. And so far, the Erangel winner chicken dinner takers for the previous matches are still the same ones as we all just had 2-1-4 earlier for that first one. So for the next ones, I am rooting for those who haven't gotten their winner chicken dinner yet in the grand finals, because they all just have 4 more chances left.
Oh yeah, 4 more to go. With this kind of gap, it is crazy at this moment. Anyway, let's see what will happen if Yahoo Radicals comes out with a 0-0-0-0. Then maybe things might just change. But let's see what will change here in this match before the extended break. E-Wrangle, here we go.
And we're off. The battle for survival begins again in the map of Erangel. And now I think this is quite a different playing path coming in from the western side onto the area of Lipovka. Quite similar to what we had yesterday, but a bit different from what we had for today's Erangel matches. So now that they are quite dropping, of course, we are going to see those battles later on. But what we always want to see is, will that circle be aligned with the playing path, or will again go to a different spot?
Yeah, the circle, that was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. I wouldn't mind more of that, like the 50-50, and then it just scams everyone, and everyone just goes like, oh no! You know, those are one of the moments where I wish that we would have like the team comms just to hear like what they actually say to each other the moment the circle popped that way.
The circle definitely, determines how the game would end for a lot of teams, and it will heavily rely on the locations of the circle. That's why that is very, very important for us to talk about. But with Goa not anymore joining, APG right here, they just gave away that SMB back to our APG, and that is actually favorable for them, as that circle will go around SMB, Novorobnoye, Motor Farm, and even a bit of Motor Power. So a lot of the teams coming in from the western side will now have a flight.
Again, here we go again. And I wonder if some of these teams would think to themselves that, will this be another scam circle? Do we want to stay on the main peninsula? Do we want to go down? You know, there's just so many things to consider. And some of these teams probably had like PTSD from the previous round looking at these kind of circle again.
Yep, they would now have to overthink their decisions, and if they are going to follow their gut right here. But onto the western side of our screen, we have here the damage proportions of the players of YG Smile on the top, Mernat next, Say Cloud third, and Romeo fourth. So with those 5,400 plus damages from both of those teams, players rather, from Yango Galacticus, that only shows and proves to us how strong they are as a team. With YG Smile getting 30 eliminations, Saycloud with 24, tied up with Romeo and Burnat with 22. Indeed, all of them has their fair chances of contribution.
It's great to see that Smile is still so consistent, even though after he swapped teams over and obviously new teammates as well. It just shows that he is by himself that good and versatile enough to be adaptable, and that's a great trait to have for these players, because sometimes you wouldn't know that, oh, how long will you be able to stay in the team. There might be circumstances that you can control or maybe you can't control, so you must always be prepared to, if you were to move to somewhere else, to be adaptable. And Smile is just showing, based on these stats, numbers don't lie, that he is still the main guy for whichever team that he is at.
Definitely, he is an asset to wherever team he could go to. So just like these moments, we also have those several players, just like Federales. We have seen and talked about him during our few days here in the PMCL, although he is not exactly here, but he was formerly together with Harame Bro, and his contribution was definitely significant and remarkable. And now that he is with Bigestron, he also gives that sort of performance that is, I believe, much more aligned with BTR, if I could say that, because they are gelling well so much. So that only just boils down to how well you are as a player and how well you could even adapt to different teams.
Yeah, they're gelling so well that he can get all the hair gel that he wants by now.
Exactly.
True enough though. Like he just slotted in, and immediately in his first season, especially the first week, he's able to
Yep.
adapt and comes up as one of the top stats in the tournament itself. And at the end of the day, they scored in second place, which is pretty nice for a first season form team. Of
Yep.
course, they're compared to like a Xavier that has like been around for the longest time, like their
Yeah.
OG lineup and all that. And you can imagine that if given like maybe another season with Reles, as long as he stays together with the BTR, you could probably come up with wonders.
Definitely. And I again commend his relationship with Satar, having his long lost brother right beside him. They're just really cute together. And I just really hope the best for Federales as well. Of course, as well to our Philippine teams remaining here in PMCL Grand Finals. And for those who were not able to join the Grand Finals, hoping as well that they could be able to have a better performance in the next season. But for all of the teams who are in the finals, let's see how else they can manage their way to get more of those points.
Well, some of these teams want more of me to the base, and next one of them, he will pass by Novo. Oh, anyway, they naturally drop in Novo, so it's fine for them.
Yep.
So they are. Okay, this time we don't see as many teams committing onto me to the base. If you kind of think about it, maybe again it's because of the PTSD of the round before that they would rather wait out till like stage number 2 before deciding on whether to go to meet to the base or not.
And now with all of those movements, again, they're now overthinking. Are we gonna go to where we think the circle would go, or will we go to the opposite of where we think it would go to? Because it's different and in a difficult situation and a decision right now that the circle, is heavily determining how these teams could have those performances inside of the game. With this glider right in the middle, probably they attempted to use that earlier on, but it's also a very risky move for them to do that. But aside to kick pushes forward, they would be in a parallel position together with that is PBMS. So I'm not quite sure if they are going to be meeting each other. But now it's time to quick MV almost meeting Harame Bro. He would go for that U-turn and now reuniting with the rest of Time to Quick.
Yeah, we can see clearly.
Ooh.
Oh, hang that thought for a second because Time to Quick Esports making a quick move here onto Harame Bros. And
Oh,
Nathan
no.
gets first knock on the KH. He's not able to secure the elimination point yet. He's not able to get that angle, but Chappie will be knocked down by MV. Now Nathan will get it, and Nathan will secure that elimination point, but he still has the rest of Time to Quick Esports to deal with. And PBMS also look at this compound. They want a piece of this party.
Oh no, early third party right here that we are seeing. Bro Range got damage welcoming from that nade of Time to Quick Azuka, and with that one more, will that land perfectly at the same time? Sincold there will be taking Max Joseph in the process, though Jappy was secure. They already have 2 eliminations onto Time to Quick. That would be Zuki wanting to escape this engagement with Gus on his knees, and with PBMS just right behind them. They need to reset as soon as possible.
And PBMS, they're still not letting go of this area. They're opening up the space now. Range will be the one taking care of things on the second floor, trying to shoo away the members of PBMS. And he got Pixel! Beautifully executed by Range, but that will awake PBMS to try to seek revenge.
Yep, exactly. And with this nade, one more onto PBMS. Will that land perfectly? Nope, that will not damage anyone else from PBMS. But Pretzel will be, I think, trying to be revived by Scatty right here. But with this preparation of nade again, coming from range, that will disrupt them a little bit, but would not be enough for them to stop going for that reset. And with the movement of the circle, will that go to SMB? Will that go to the main island? That is what we are going to know. But no, we are having the best of both worlds. A bit of the main peninsula and a bit of that SMB Island.
I'm not sure if that's the best of both worlds or the worst of both worlds because for the teams you still cannot decide where to go. Oh man, but a lot of teams already committed to the mid to the base island this time, and we still have a decent amount of teams on the main peninsula. Totally understandable after what happened in the previous round. Anyway, coming back to Harame Bros, they're still defending their ground, and this time they got Gus. 3 elimination points now for Harame Bros.
But for PBMS, that is actually the smartest thing for them to do. After reviving Pretzel swiftly, they decided to bail out from that spot and then now get to a safer spot and try their best to survive even further later on. So now that they have a bit more space to breathe and a bit more space to move around, they could have a better chance of getting that winner chicken dinner, as they also had one chicken dinner in the map of Wrangle for the previous day. So with them being on that fifth spot, they also need to be extra careful, and they do not have any more chances to slack off, and they cannot afford to lose any more of these matches remaining.
And the Bros looks like they decided to leave their area. And now they're searching for the next target. Ooh, the final player of Tactical Esports. That's going to be Zuki. Zuki revealed himself. And now we're going to see the crash in by Range. While two players support him for the back. Range with the UMP playing dance around. But Range lost the fight. And the Range, lucky for him, Gymna is behind to provide him the support. And Range should be back up soon. But PBMS turns back. And now they want to eliminate Harabe Bro. Gymna is the one in trouble. 10% of health as PBMS continues to come in.
Oh no, this is a round 2 of the third party situation that we have seen earlier. Time to quick with Bro, and now PBMS onto Bro, and that will be Bro Gymna being knocked down as well, coming in from the QBZ, gunning him out of the game. And one more, we have here PBMS Minor shotgunned Bro Nathan. An unfortunate situation for the Bros to be at, because they thought they were able to, get those elimination points, and they even managed to escape a little bit of those moments. But now, them being out on that 15th spot, that is not the best thing that they could have here in this match.
Well, I am... Okay, 51 point gap as of now between Yahoo Radicals and Harabe Bros with 3 rounds to go. Mathematically, Yahoo Radicals has to score 0 all the way, and Harabe Bros like 3 chicken dinners all the way,
yes.
20 plus points. Then yes, if not, I'll give it one more round. If it's going to be the same case one more round, then that's it. We can already crown the champions by then.
Definitely, as a lot of the fans of YG are actually already celebrating, as they're in the comment section saying that it's an easy championship. It might be because of the gap that we are seeing right here, but as long as the matches are not over, there could still be a bit of that chance onto the Bros right here. But for City Esports, I don't think Goa can escape that even further. But with one more elimination, that would be them taking that revenge onto Sincool, and that would be coming in from Ngapik Yao.
Oh, YG fans were already celebrating since yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, actually.
Looking at the gap that they already have. And anyway, we will continue on. The show has to go on, they say. As Sin now will be spending time in the blue, but that their opponents on the other side, Goa, is still there. But there's only Jeffrey left, and Ngapek is pretty far away from him.
Oh, Jeffrey also got those damages. I believe that was an almost headshot coming in from Sin Esports onto his spot, and he was just able to go down a little bit. That's why he was not knocked down. But with Bako trying his best to attempt to knock him down, but with not much of that connection, Goa Jeffrey still survives.
And they continue to put pressure on Jeffrey. Jeffrey jumps down. Hopefully he has enough first aids, but we're talking about stage 3 coming to stage 4, and he's still spending time in the blue, and everyone needs to get into the mid to the base island since the circle is confirmed to be in the island itself. I doubt he'll be able to survive any longer. But at least he gets another point here by taking out FB.
That is not a good push coming in from Sin Esports, most especially that they know that Goa Jeffrey was there. He just rushed him alone. That is not the best call right there. But with Goa Jeffrey knocking down Sin Wako, and even Cole because of that play zone. Look at that. Although, yes, Sin Ranked was there to save the day. That was a very close call for the Sin Esports. And if ever it happened that they were wiped out, that is not the best thing, and of course that is the last thing that they would want to happen in this game.
Now, the next question is that I wonder whether they will take the left bridge, or the right bridge. I mean, depending on which angle are you looking for. If they were to go here, then it's going to be Young Radicals that they need to face off with. So that's the big boss, the anime big boss here that we're talking about.
The final boss. They could be, yes, they are the final bosses here as they if ever that they would decide onto going to this bridge area, and this would be GFS actually now starting and initiating that battle onto Yangon Galacticos. But with the movement of the circle, let's see what will happen. Sin Esports has that worst positioning right now as of this moment. But with YG here, Romeo Boy and knocking down GFS Mazzy in that spot, and with that nade being thrown towards their spot, and that will land perfectly onto Romeo Boy. GFS Chewy indeed for 3.
And Murna continues to fire down onto Goodfellas, tries to secure the elimination point. So far, they managed to get 1 elimination point, looking for more. Goodfellas, Newbies and Chewy try to get across. Romeo Boy in the water. Newbies is looking to secure that elimination point, but it's used as a bait. Nade by Murna. Lucky enough, it did not connect. But at the end of the day, it's Cools from behind to knock down Chewy.
Oh no, look at this. Just Mazzy onto the lower portion of our area. And they can also be spotted later on by Sin Esports, but they don't need Sin Esports to do that for them. That would be done by YG Say Cloud and in his own hands. 1 more point for him. The Romeo Boy is far from being revived. Oh, I think he is actually revived right now. But with Sin Esports, as you have mentioned earlier, they would meet the final boss, which is our YG.
Yeah, YG still holding this bridge. Sin, no choice. They must win this fight before they're able to cut across. Same time, they will be pressured by the zone. Nangx will need out D2K for APG somewhere else. While I focus back on the Sin and how are they going to overcome the situation, Yangon Galacticos, they're still not letting go of the bridge.
They're not letting go of that bridge. This is already theirs. That is what they're claiming at this point. So with Sin Esports just passing by, they need to knock them down, and that would be 1 more for the count for SayCloud right there. With that exchange of frag grenades, who will that land to? Oh no, no one will be damaged, but Brand here will attempt for 1 more. Oh, but he almost got to knock down at the same time. Sincool being outside of that circle, outside the blue zone, that is not going to be helpful later on. But with Wacko being knocked down, oh, MG, Sin Esports are having a big trouble right here.
Absolutely, absolutely. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the advantage, but somehow Rankin managed to get Romeo Boy, and he's still able to secure at least this 1 elimination point. Now Rankin with 10% of health. He managed to loot up first aids, giving him a lifeline.
What a tactic that Rankin did right there. That was very crucial. And if he wasn't able to get that elimination and get those utilities in that crate, that would be a lost cause. But right here, they were able to do that, and now leaving us with only YG Murna Boy as the lone ranger for Yangon Galacticos. They need to clear that bridge. They need to enter because the zone again is going to move towards their spot, and now YG is not so good. That's why they are out, although PBMS will also receive that same treatment. And a good thing for Sin Esports that they have a bit of that chance to get inside of the circle.
I mean, it's again Yangon Galacticos going out after Harmony Bros and PBMS. So it's mission complete for Yangon Galacticos, frankly speaking. They wouldn't mind an early extended break after this. So with the 5 eliminations, like what you mentioned, I mean, this is way more than good enough.
Indeed, way more than good enough. And if ever that they are gonna get that championship title, yes, it's a bit too early to say, yes, but you know, a lot are already celebrating. We are gonna change you good to you great. So let's wait for that moment later on as we crown that to them. But here we have our GOAT Esports gatekeeping once more hours in esports. So they have met the final boss earlier on, and there is a more final boss, which is GOAT Esports.
Yeah, GOAT will be the one to try to stop Sin, and I would say Sin won't go beyond this. That's going to be pretty much it. I mean, look at Ryder's angle. Even if they dock themselves, Ryder will be able to take them out. While we shift over to the southern side of the circle, Hype International against Burmese Goals.
They're now pinning them down 1 by 1, getting those eliminations onto their spot, going for that blind spray through the smoke, getting nobody. But 2-4, VOIN right there will take our Fearless, and 7 support will be taken as well. So leaving them with only Pop-Up right here, and that will be it for the rest of Fearless Esports. Now they are quite fearful as they're still on that 15th spot after this match, and after them being eliminated by 2-4.
And 2-1-4, time to get into the circle, baby. But there's still another team in front of them. That's going to be KE, waiting by the edge of the circle. still with a high ground advantage. Anyway, they will still need to move. Okay, they have enough vehicles. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They do have another monkey here as an option. So at least they don't need to everybody share one single vehicle.
They prepared much with those vehicles earlier on, but look at this going back. This is still Single. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. You know, he's just gambling his way through, and he is just trying to hide from those scaffoldings on the side parts of the bridge. And he again would just hide for a moment. But with Goat Rider here inside of a circle while waiting for movement from Single, I believe that is gonna be so easy for him later on once Cole overextends. But going on to a different battle right here, this will be Team Max onto our BG, but High Red already started that battle onto 214.
And 214, Kree on the ground. Kree will be eliminated by Clot. At the same time, looking over at the screen, Easy will get Exit. Exit now down on his knees. Team Max probably gonna go for it right now. This is maybe go time for them. But Easy is not really crashing in. The John, however, is at the forefront, but they are not really committing to it yet. We shift over to 214. The moment we do,
Oh no!
Hive International eliminated 214. Another closest top contender to the #1 spot out.
Exactly. They were just able to overtake PBMS actually after those points. So with them being on that third spot, pushing down PBMS quite a little bit, NX has that chance to overtake both 214 and PBMS. So battle is still far from over right here as we still have 8 teams inside of the battlefield. We still have here the likes of APG trying to prove themselves again because they struggled so much during those first 2 days, and this is their only chance to do a bit better than they did for those days. And now back to John here, the only one left. Ooh, and with those bullets coming through, or rather he was not the only one left, but with one more from afar, that is one more casualty onto Team Max.
And here comes the circle. Who will be favored by it? The teams are quite spread out within this circle. They're not really clumped up with each other. And it goes down to the south. And next in the circle, same goes for Goat and also the final player of Team Max. Davan goes down to the zone somewhere else. And on screen, focusing back onto APG. APG, is the time to move.
They need to move right away, but let's see if they are going to be favored by all of those movements as we still have 2 surviving players from Sin Esports. I'm just quite surprised that they were not taken by Goat Esports earlier on, but for Hive Squad, they're targeting APG from afar, and one more could be our Nexus Vanguards later on, but with Ranky going for that nade, oh, he did not damage anyone from APG.
And APG, this nade on the Nang X. Ooh, lucky enough for him, it bounced. And the second nade, right in front of Nang X. Nang is evading it again. Very, very lucky. But nade's left, right, and center for Nang X. But he's still able to evade them, though he went down to 50% of health. But you still gotta give it to Sin. Sin, somehow they are still alive.
Yup. But that was a set of good dance steps coming in from APG. He was not knocked out because that was a lot of nades onto Nangix, but he managed to jump his way through each and every one and still surviving at this point. Before Sinrangid, he's just here under the bridge waiting for all those movements coming in from APG. But as APG runs away from that scene, they also need to run their way through the circle.
The circle kept going away from Sin. Oh man. But still they're able to survive right now. Top 8, they're starting to collect placement points. So it's a worthwhile run for Sin. Man, commendable for Sin. But for Fer, too bad for him. A little bit overexposed to the other teams. Now he's knocked down. And the teams will want to try to eliminate him for sure. Hive International, however, now on to Sin.
Look at that. Sin Cole actually managed to take down Goat Rider, who had his eyes on Sin Esports for the longest time in that bridge area. Now they had that chance to take down a Rider right there. I'm not quite sure if that was confirmed. Yes, that is. Just right coming in from that kill feed for Hive International. They have a power position onto Sin Esports, onto APG, and even onto Nexus Vanguards later on. So let's see if that is really going to be their advantage, or will they need to be pushed down once that circle moves away from their spot.
And Bunny gets knocked down by Burmese goals. Shalom will finish off Bunny, but Shalom being gunned down by Maybe from Goat Esports. Cool! This time he takes a lot of damage, but somehow he's still able to survive into the circle. This is an insane run for Sin.
Insane one indeed. They are still surviving. Probably they have been through the most battles inside this match number 15. So again, it is a miracle run that they are still alive at this point, and they're still trying their best to stay alive right here as Sinco is being revived by Ranke. But with that circle just gently pushing them towards, they need to go forward a little bit. But with that nade coming in from APG, I don't think that would be so easy.
Let's see how much forward do they need to go now with the circle.
Oh,
It's
no.
going to be quite a distance for Sin. This is the incredible run so far. Now this will be one of the biggest challenge in order to get into the circle with so many teams close by.
A lot of teams are just close by Sin Esports, and they are quite situated inside of the circle, so they would be gate kept a lot once more after this movement of the circle. So let's see what else would happen right here as Hive International also, just like what I mentioned, they have a good power position, but as that zone moves away from their spot, they also need to go down.
And speaking of going down, Skynet might go down now that he is on his knees. Hive International, tough spot for them to be in. They have to cross the road with the teams knowing exactly where they are, especially with Annex below them. It's going to be quite a challenge. Well, they can take the southern approach into the circle, sending 2 players out, and Claude as a support. And so far, so good for them. Now it's time for Claude to move.
He needs to move, but he is still quite stubborn right here because he knows where to wait for the movements of our APG, and now being successful into knocking down one. That was APG Skynet being taken down, though Hivedale was seen by Ranked. Actually, they need to go for that revive, but with that, play zone joining in. One more easy elimination onto our Hive International, and one is still alive. 4th out of APG, but look at that misfortune for Sin Esports after a very, very long ride in this match. They are now out.
Well, I'll still give the standing ovation to Sin, not gonna lie. After their incredible run. But the top probably won't be able to pull off an incredible run. He's out of first aids. He will be eliminated. That is the end for APG. Down to the top 5 teams.
Nice deny coming in from APG. Does it want to give any more of those points onto either Hive or onto either Nexus Vanguards? But with Hive still holding that higher ground advantage onto Nexus Vanguards, they could easily see them later on. But with that sort of a podium, our Nexus Vanguards also could be seeing them later on. And with the movement of that safe zone, let's see who will actually be safe, as Team Max EZK is just right in the middle, and him being alone, that could be quite a relief.
He's just being chilling there in the middle of the circle. For now, that is. For now. While the other teams on the outside will need to cancel out each other, it's going to be Annex and Hype International. Dale will be gunned down by Zai. And the circle, again, as usual, just goes away from them. The circle just doesn't like Hype.
That quite hurts, you know. That circle is always making Hive run after it. So now that they moved a bit coming in from that higher ground, they are gonna go downhill, which will give Nexus Vanguards much of that advantage because they just need to wait for the movement coming in from our Hive International, though they also need to go a bit forward. So it's either they go inside first, which will expose them from the side of Hive International, or just like this, be lucky that BG will also join that engagement into knocking down Hive one by one.
And also they're trying to take out Easy from Team Max. They kind of know that Team Max Easy is in the middle of the circle. Not look like Easy, but still he's able to get rid by his grenade elimination. Nicely done by Easy, securing another
Ooh.
extra elimination point for Team Max. In fact, it's the first point for Team Max in this round. But
Oh,
Shalom! Nice spot of 762, eliminating him out.
Well, with Hive going out with 9 eliminations, still not bad for our Hive International. Now we don't have any more of the PH teams, even the Brunei team. We only have here 3 Myanmar teams versus 1 Cambodian, which is Team Max EZK right in the middle of everyone else. Goat May BK trying to join that engagement, but now with that nade onto EZK, and easy kill coming in from Nexus.
And now, down to the top 3 teams. It's going to be the Nexus, Burmese Goals, or Goat Esports for this chicken dinner. We are at stage number 9, and now stage number 9 will start to close. Yatka will be moving right in front of Nexus. Nexus, they probably don't know that BG is still there, or they probably don't have that angle. Anyway, all teams will be forced to show themselves soon.
Exactly, and with all of these movements, as the final circle closes in, oh, look at that, WTZ now will be spotted, and that will be taken by Goat maybe, so perfect timing for him to get that kill steal right there. And with the setting up of smokes, they all need that, as utility is going to be very, very much crucial in this moment, that it is going to be quite an open field. And with that nade landing onto Lil Yatka, Chill Guy now chills a bit because he gets that kill.
And here comes a nade. Yaka is currently down. Another nade sent into Shalom. And that will be the nade that will end the mall by Gold Esports. Leaving only the 2 teams left. Gold Esports and Nexus for this chicken dinner. Nexus, they do have the numbers. They sprayed out to Gold Esports. Gold Esports, one more player to go. It's going to be Chill Guy. He can't chill for now. He might want to try to deny himself. And looks like he might just have denied himself, not giving away the point to Nexus to score this chicken dinner.
That is a nice deny again coming in from our Goat Esports. So not anymore give that further points onto Nexus Vanguards, but GG's and kudos to Nexus for taking that winner chicken dinner and a lot of points at the same time. So that means they could have that chance to overtake and overthrow those Philippine teams who are after Yangon Galacticos, but to the extent that they are going to get those points. We're not yet quite sure with regard to their total, but again, that is a good game. Well played, although that was just 4 eliminations though. With 10 placement points, 14 is still something inside of the match.
Yeah, 4 eliminations, 14 points for Nexus Vanguards. Well, without a shadow of a doubt, clearly Young Radicals will still be on top with a significant amount of points gap between whoever, even though if it's Nexus Vanguards. And with 3 more games to go, I don't know. We need to look at the points later on. Before that, the highlights. And here it is. Nexus Vanguards, 14 points. Gold Esports, 13. Burmese Goals, 12. And Hype International, 12 as well. So it looks like we have 4 teams with a double-digit score this time. Young Radicals, though, they went out fairly early, but they still managed to score 5 elimination points, putting them on page number 1.
And quite unfortunate for Fearless, as they are the only team with 0 points in that match. Most especially that they are the ones needing a lot of those points, but they are, oh, again, they took that game with 0 points in the bag. But for the overall rankings, look at this: 185. Still on top, Yangon Galacticos. On the second one would be Bros with 129 and just 9 points behind him. After that, a winner chicken dinner would be Nexus Vanguards with 120 and 9 points again. Behind them would be 214 with 111, PBMS with 108, Hive with 105, and nearing that 100 point mark is Burmese Goals with 99, 95. On to APG, KE with 93. We have one more team with 91. So again, all those in the middle are just quite a few points away from each other and away from pushing the one next to them. So top four teams right here would be Nexus Vanguards, Gold Esports, Burmese Goals, and Hive International. Nexus actually was the one who had the least points when it comes to the eliminations, but for Goat, BG, and Hive, that is still 7 and 9. So a lot of elims that they have farmed throughout that game.
Well, the one that did well throughout this game is our MVP Zai from Nexus Vanguard, one of the former players of Genesis Esports. 3 eliminations, 866 damage to come together with it, and 40 damage taken. Only 40, so that's very low.
Very low indeed. So with that damage and as compared to that damage taken, he indeed did his best to at the same time hide himself in the process. So we're now back in the Gaster's desk, and for those who are asking who is the female commentator, because I know you all know who I'm with. This is CelcomDigi, the one and only CelcomDigi, and it is me, fairly new in the English broadcast, APPEX.
Yeah, the one little Red Riding Hood today.
Yes.
I don't know what sort of hood is she riding, but that hood definitely looks good on you. Should maintain this sort of look, looks good. But you know what else looks good? It's our official phone sponsor for the PMCL, Techno, because they stop at nothing but giving the best of performance for all you hardcore gamers out there.
Definitely, and this is, of course, Techno, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers with the Gammon 30S powered by a fast gaming processor and a 120Hz ultra smooth AMOLED curved screen, all supported. Also, exclusive support Dolby Atmos in-game. Your gaming experience is now more responsive and definitely lag-free.
Oh yeah, and we can clearly see these players, they are doing really well thanks to Techno. But for all of you out there as well, make sure you try out the new theme mode, which is the Golden Dynasty, in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. For whatever reason, it's been out for quite a while. You have not updated. Make sure you log into the game right now during the extended break to update your game. And you can try out this camel in the game, and I can tell you it is amazing. You can even use the bell to summon this camel. So technically, you can have your vehicle anywhere on the map.
Anywhere indeed, and we have seen that yesterday as well during those Miramar maps. But one more thing that we would want you guys to know is Alan Walker is back right here for PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration, and we already revealed that track 01 is faded. Track number 2, track number 3, of course, you will know if you are updated in our PUBG Mobile pages right here. But we already had finished 3 matches, and we have 3 more. So for now, we are going to go for a short break. This is APPEX together with CelcomDigi, and we will see you in a bit.
Way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it, but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything. tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's beating past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head. Don't wanna hear what you said. I feel like I'm gonna drop. I can't stand it but don't want it to stop. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I should've left it. I should've left it alone. I'm feeling everything all at once. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's coming at me so fast. My whole life's speeding past. Can't grab hold of anything. Can't make a good thing last. I feel almost too alive. Don't know how hard I can drive. Look at me standing so tall. It's such a long way down to fall. I'm feeling everything all at once. It's all too much. I'm feeling everything all at once. Can't sleep, I'm all kinds of tense. Can't come clean, I'm making a mess. My mind's been playing tricks on me. Can't make it make sense. I'm in way over my head.
And here is the second half, the last three games, ladies and gentlemen, the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Grand Finals. Before we head on to our next game, we're going to compare Harame Bros and Nexus Vanguards, and they have the same amount of chicken dinners.
Interesting enough, they almost have the exact same eliminations as well, with 71 onto 70 of Nexus Vanguards. But with regard to the damage, it is 2,000 plus more for the side of Bros, and average placement is quite higher for the side of Nexus Vanguards, as we all know that Harame Bro came from a tough spot on the bottom during day number 1. So top 4 rate is quite the same for both of the teams. So we cannot say much about those parts right there, because they are almost at par. But with these two players right in front of us, YG Mernat and Hive 762.
Wow, okay. Eliminations about the same, 25 and 26 respectively. Though for Mernat, he did score a little bit more damage. I mean, that was shown as well in one of the earlier stats in the previous round. A little bit more assists for Mernat too. But when it comes to team contribution, it is back to 762. And we did see a lot of great moments by 762.
Indeed. Most especially, I believe that was yesterday when he had so much of those good moments. But right now, I'm not feeling him so much in general, together with Hive International for this day. So let's just hope that they are going to bounce back at the same time, because with YG here, of course, we all know, again, they don't even need to lift a finger and they can still be on top. With only 3 matches remaining, there's not much of those happenings that are going to happen on the top portion of the leaderboard. But around the middle, there could be a lot of reshuffles that are still awaiting.
Yeah, I would say that if we head on to the Miramar match with a significant amount of gap, like now, like 50 plus points, then it's pretty much done for YG. Pretty much mission complete. It's all about just going through the motions, just doing the due diligence or entering the game, and that's pretty much it. So I would say that if I were to give any mathematical hope for these teams to somehow catch up to YG, it has to be done in this final eArena match.
Exactly. They need to get that chicken dinner. They need to get a lot of those points. And again, they need to maximize their stay. They need to unleash their very potential here in this final Erangel map. So we already had 2. That was for 214. And then that was for Nexus Vanguards as we ended that first half earlier on. And YG even took that Sanok map, even though they don't even need to.
Yeah, exactly. The moment he got that, it's like, okay, 99% done, pretty much. And even the rounds after that as well, whenever they got eliminated, they got eliminated after all their closest competitors were eliminated. So that's also another indication to themselves that, hey, you know what? Those teams, Harame Bros, or even sometimes Nexus Vanguard or 214 or whichever, they've been eliminated. So the round is pretty much done for us and we can do anything.
That's actually almost a signal for them to, okay, we should now leave. We're done with here. We've done our part. We even got a lot of elimination points. So there's really not much that we can still do inside of the game, because they probably are thinking that they should give a bit of those points onto those teams who need them more. Probably that could also be here. But of course, YG all still gets those chances whenever that they have.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They just bang onto it, right? And they even played like the gatekeeping role against Sin in the previous round. They still really like, okay, let's do something entertaining, okay? We try to block out other teams for whatever reason. Not for their own reason, but maybe it's just things that they just do on the ground. At this point, really, YG, they can do pretty much anything. And anyone will be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. It's YG. They have like 50 plus points up there, so it's fine, you know. I've been running out of topics to talk about YG since yesterday, frankly speaking, because of how consistent and how dominant they are at the top.
Exactly. The same thing goes for me as well. We have been mentioning them for probably, I don't know, more than 100 times already. Their team in itself, we've mentioned them so much throughout day number 1, day number 2, and now even here in day number 3. I just really am impressed as to how they are managing to not get so tired after really, really dominating day number 1, having a good day number 2, and now in day number 3 at the same time. Some of the teams are having their struggles in those matches, and most especially in day number 1, there are a lot of teams who did not do well, that specifically Harame Bro as well. But now that they're slowly going back on track, that only just gives them a little bit of time to catch up onto YG. But again, going back to YG's performance, they have been very, very, very consistent since day number 1.
Yeah, it's not only about YG themselves, right? Like teams like second place onwards, they just cancel each other. One round you see, okay, this team at number 2. Another round you see another team at number 2. And the following round, another team at number 2. So they just like cancel each other. They just shuffle there. And YG is just sitting on top. It's like, oh, okay. So you guys are playing shuffling. That's fine. You go on, I'm just doing the dab at the top.
They're just watching from the sidelines and like, yeah, okay, you just go do your best, guys, and we'll be here cheering for you. And if not cheering for you, killing you guys inside of the matches. Those are the two things that YG is actually doing. Either getting those eliminations, or when they are eliminated, they're just having their sportsmanship at its best, cheering for those teams. Because again, they have that huge gap that makes them untouchable at this point. So we are now left with only Erangel and 2 more Miramars, and so far we are seeing the same pattern. I have mentioned earlier that 214 took 1 chicken dinner in Erangel for yesterday, and we have our Nexus Vanguards also took both, or rather 2 winner chicken dinners, 1 in day number 1, 1 in day number 2 in the map of Erangel as well. So for this next Erangel might be predictable, sort of. It might just revolve around those teams who also got those previous chicken dinners in Erangel.
Yeah, and I don't think it will be YG. Looking at how they're playing, based on the 2 rounds of Erangel after they scored the chicken dinner in Sana, they're being chilling at this moment. So I don't expect them to be the one to score the chicken dinner. Now it's a matter of like all the teams placing themselves in the best position possible so that they can get as much of the prize pool as possible as well. So YG is just letting everyone just try to grab that spot, whatever opportunity that they can get. And that also means that another team might score the chicken dinner other than just YG.
And now we are almost here in our 4th match for today, or match 16 out of 18. We actually have 2 substitutions going on. Time to Quick Zuki will be out, Liquid will play in, and for Burmese goals, that would be Exit going out, and Yahiko will now play again.
Yes, we have a few substitutions, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, we have a few first-timers in the Grand Finals. Like Monboy, he played. We haven't seen him throughout the entire Grand Finals, but he started playing today. So we're starting to see like all these names being put into the lineup. And of course, it's because of it's the last few rounds, so you want to give them a good run out as well. So totally understandable for all these teams. You just want to let them all have a good run coming into the final few games. Now, speaking about the final few games, final Erangel, here we go.
Here we go indeed for our final Erangel map for today. So now this is really very exciting right now. Ooh, an interesting, an intriguing, and an exciting even more lane path will be right in front of us. What a way to end this Erangel series in this Grand Finals from Novo Repnoye onto the western part of the island. And it's quite south heavy, Sir Cloud, so the northern areas are not reachable at this point.
Yeah. They have to, as usual, travel there, drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, do the business to be on top of Saberni. And I'm looking at mid to the base. We're going to see again 2 different teams in mid to the base. Goa is going to be one, and another team overlapping them. I wonder, is it still going to be TTQ? Oh no, TTQ actually moved away. So it looks like a bit of a truce between the two teams. So mid to base, only one team now.
Oh, that is interesting. Oh, actually, they do have. For the SMB Island, we have two teams right here. That is APG still and Goa right here. Oh, they're not far. They're not rather over with the battle that they had earlier on. That was two players, I believe, being taken from APG. So I am proud of Goa right here. Although Goa Clay Jr. was also taken by that shotgun coming in from Nang X. Now Nang X needs to find a vest and even a helmet to save himself from the bullets of Goa after this battle.
Oh, the fight continues on. Jeffrey naded down by Nang X. And now it's going to be Ngapekal on one side. On the other side, it's going to be 022. Ngapekal will be gunned down, only left with 022. And now he's trying to get away. Now, how far can he run? That will be the biggest question. APG knows exactly where he's at. He's on the other side of the building. And APG, they're taking the time. They're not in a rush. They can loot as much as possible before looking for their final target.
Oh no, I even said that I'm very proud of Goa as they took those first two eliminations onto APG. But APG being APG, they're not letting things happen so easily for Guardians of Angels, and they're guarding their position as well, having still two players strong. Goa 22 is the last player right here as Goat Esports knocks down one on that kill feed. Oh, going for that run will be Goa 22 as he tries to hide himself as Nangek is right in front and with that shotgun taking him out, and with those spam shots even more. He is just mad at this point, and Nangex took those 4 eliminations.
And that is Goa, the first team to be eliminated. But still not empty-handed. They still score 2 elimination points. But they are only 2 points ahead of Fearless Esports and 3 points ahead of Time to Quick Esports. And they can still be overtaken by these two teams and pushed back down to number 16.
Push back down to number 16 right here. It's Time to Quick. They have been very passive during the past moments, and they're playing very underwhelmingly throughout those matches. So it is quite understandable that they are now pushed down to this spot. But Goa, though, being eliminated and being pinned down on that 14th spot, they could easily be replaced by Fearless and Time to Quick later on if they get those points further in this match.
Now, we didn't get to see the first circle, so I wonder where exactly it is. I'm making a guess right now. So we are at school, but we need to zoom into the players to kind of have a gauge whether school is within the first circle or not. So we'll
Where do you
wait
think
for
will it
our
go?
observers. Okay, I see the line now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I see the line now. So the line looks like it's curved inside. It looks like it's going to be a nice kind circle in the middle of the map.
Yep, probably also comprising the area of Rozok right there. So not much of a struggle for most of our teams. As we have seen the plane path earlier on, it was just around the southern side, going towards the middle of the map of Erangel. So let's see again. At least this is quite, not giving them so much of that struggle because this is the final Erangel map for the rest of the grand finals.
Oh yeah, last Erangel. If you were to pick one team, which team would you like to see scoring the chicken dinner?
Ooh, right here in this map, I definitely would want to see actually PBMS to take that winner chicken dinner because they also have the best chance to do that because they had a chicken dinner in the Wrangell map as well. So I'm sort of leaning towards PBMS right here. How about you?
I'm thinking along the lines of like the bottom teams, right? Like I like to see some redemption for the bottom teams. Maybe at this point, like a Time to Quick Esports or Fearless Esports.
Yes.
Either one of them to at least close the gap with Goodfellas, just to give them, just to put a little bit more excitement at the bottom.
Actually, if Goa did not go out, I was supposed to say Goa, but looking at the leaderboards again, oh no, we have just seen Goa go out, so I was not able to mention Goa right there because they have been pinned down on that 16th spot for the past 2 days. So if ever that they get that winner chicken in, that is, going to be a huge surprise for all of us. So now again, they're now out. So I think that is also a good choice. Probably with Fearless and Time to Quick getting that winner and chicken dinner, they can have a bit of that boost, even just a little bit.
Yeah. If they were to get it, it would be great as well. I can't lie. But let's say, okay, if if Harami Bro were to get it, that's cool as well. I would like to pick them. If, okay, there's another if to that, right? If Yakuga goes out 0, and then Harami Bro scores the chicken dinner, or even NX scores the chicken dinner, like the two closest ones, then it will make like the Miramar matches a little bit more exciting for the championship. So I would say that if it's up there, it's either Pros or NX with the condition that Yakuga scores 0. Okay, maybe the YG fans are not happy that I say this, but it's
Yep.
just for the excitement of the tournament.
Exactly, because you know that gap, having a map or match that they can get 0 points overall, that would not do anything actually. You know, so I also would want to see YG get 0, not because we do not want YG to get that championship, but to spice things a little bit, to give us a bit of that, you know, a bigger challenge for those teams to have a motivation and inspiration to get a little bit closer again to Young and Galactus.
Yeah, basically to give us all a ooh moment as we head on to, of course, the final 2 games inside of Miramar. Harame Bros, okay, we just talked about them. They have arrived at a South Jogo pool and no other challenges around them. So, okay, they can park themselves here. Now, I really want to see where exactly the circle is at. We'll get to know that in a little bit more once we are about to enter stage number 2. My gut feeling is that it's... Okay, I have another gut feeling is that the circle is like 50-50 between like the shooting range area and also like the Rozok-ish area, like the main peninsula. So that's why we see Harame Bros, they park themselves at South Jogopo in case the circle hardships up north, then they have quicker access there as compared to staying in, say, Pochinki or so.
But to be fair, the fans of YG also commented that they would want to see that to happen as well. You know, to have more exciting battles. But with the movement and the hard shift of the circle, look at that PBMS getting the middle of that safe zone. I think they have a good chance here.
Small island circle. Small island circle. I want to see that. I want to see that. Okay, it's going to be the last Erangel for this season. Might as well. But before we see that, we're going to see KE kill enemy against 214 in the area hospital. But KE, do they really want to push this? It's on the outside of the circle. Maybe not.
We will see that later on. But now that 214 is actually right in front of us, I would want to say as well that I am also proud of how 214 managed to handle this grand finals right in front of them. So with that 111 points, they could easily get those points of Nexus Vanguards as well, given that they have this Erangel map all for themselves. And even because they got that winner chicken dinner earlier, they could also have that replication onto this match. But with Sin Esports, as you have said, it was just right to give them that standing ovation for that previous match because they had a miracle run.
Oh yeah, it would have been perfect if they scored the chicken dinner, but I don't want to go all Asian that onto them. It was still a very good run for Sin. In case any of you missed out on the previous round, just rewind back, zoom in on the Sin and how they somehow survived very, very long with Circle not favoring them, with lots of teams blocking them from coming in. I mean, everything was against the Sin, but they were still able to survive to like what, number 7? And that was amazing if you ask me.
Amazing indeed. So with App International though, seeing them there, now we have that battle between GFS and Sin Esports with Sin Cole and Sin Rankin securing those eliminations onto GFS. Let's see if they are going to eliminate the rest of our GFS right here. But Godfellas, Mazzy will be spotted at the same time with that DP28 by our Sin Esports and going for that revive. And yes, the answer is they would wipe out the rest of Godfellas.
And we spoke about Sin. I guess it's a little bit of a caster's curse here. One of the players knocked, but Gold Esports is not really pushing yet. They're still assessing the situation. Or maybe they will anytime soon. Oh no, they seem to leave this place. Okay, not interested to take over this compound for the Hands of Sin.
They could still have that compound control onto their end. And with 3 eliminations already, let's see if they could even push themselves to the limits. And with the movement of the circle, again, let's look at that. Where would that go? Who will that favor? And who will that bless at this point? APG coming from the bottommost part, though, they still need to face kill enemy right there. But with the movement that we are seeing right here, bro, Jappy will be spotted. PBMS Monboy at the same time coming in from our Time to Quick.
And Time to Quick, one of the teams that we mentioned earlier on. Harame Bros, 1 player knock. Long range by Hive International. Dale will finish off Jappy. Again, Young Gaticos, they're looking at the elimination feed and smiling all the way to the bank.
They are smiling their way at the same time. They need to get inside of the circle. Playing edge is probably the safest thing that they could do right here. Most especially if there are not going to be more teams entering from that side. But with Bro Jibna, just delaying that push and waiting for the movement of that blue zone so that they could go together. But here together is BG and our Time to Quick. That will be Liquid securing that elimination onto Yatka.
Time to Quick, no circle this time. But it's still stage number 3, so there's still a decent amount of space for them to rotate. And that's what they're going to do right now. They're going to rotate away from Burmese goals. They're not going to take the engagement. Burmese goals, they probably heard the audio cue that, Time to Quick Esports, they already left. So might as well we move into the circle first before they do. And maybe they can try to block them out. But now, they are being blocked out by another team, Gold Esports.
Ooh, blocking out each other, zoning out their opponents. This is the best thing that Go Esports can do right here. Hinder Go Esports, hinder rather BG to get inside of the circle. But they have places they could go and rotate to the other side. But Lil Shalom receiving a lot of those damages from Gold, maybe, but wouldn't be enough for him to be knocked down. He still survives at this point.
Ichi out. Taken out by Jibna. That's going to be 1 elimination point for Harame Bros. And Harame Bros at least have this 1 point, so now they're 130. Only 55 more points to go. Only. But it's not only about them. Somehow, Young Gaticos have to go out with 0, and they're still in with a full squad.
Yup. And now here, PH versus PH could have that possibility of facing each other. Hive Dale, Hive Red could be facing our bros. Oh, Little Shalom, though, received so much of that damage coming in from Bro Jibna. And that would be Burmese Ghost being out. And they were robbed of that chance to go past that 100-point mark.
And this is the second elimination point for Harame Bros. Gold Esports. We have Bunny here alone in the building. Time to Quick Esports. They have arrived, but Liquid will be punished by Bunny. Bunny, he was prepared for it. Okay, he gets 1. He needs to deal with the other 3 players of Time to Quick Esports. The Molly is still active, so they cannot go on to the second floor just yet. And we have Maybe and the Rider on the ground floor. Time to Quick Esports now trapped inside the building. It's going to be MV all alone on the outside for Time to Quick Esports. 10% of health left. He does not have time to heal up. And now they're on the hunt to find a final player, but he fights back still. 1 knock, but the follow-up came through. And it is the end for Time to Quick Esports.
Everyone is just mad at this point. You cannot mess with anybody who needs more of those eliminations. Look at that, Gold Esports eliminating that full squad with additional spam shots on those crates. But look at this, Bros would also want to do the same because they need to wipe out all the players that are going to be in front of them in order for them to get closer a little bit to Yangon Galacticus. They threw all those nades and even that Molly. But Go Chill Guy, though, will be confirmed in the process. But for the rest of Gold Esports, they are still having that good chance. Though Bros had a change of mind and will now rotate towards the northern side of that circle.
And you know what, Taya? There goes another team that we wanted to score the chicken dinner. Time to Quick Esports. Now it's only FRL or Fearless Esports. We mentioned them earlier on. Let's see if they can actually do it. Well, now we'll look at what's going to happen with Harame Bros. The circle again went away from them, but with more teams in front, this time they might be forced to take fights.
Yes, they are indeed going to be forced to take those fights. The Fearless are still alive and now taking those eliminations onto 214. NX though will be spotting Goat Bunny in the process and will secure that elimination. Fearless
Oh.
is really fearless at this point, taking down 214 one by one, and that will be 2 eliminations onto 214 Esports, which is not looking good because Michi here is just swimming his way under that bridge. Meanwhile, Emmas is trying to survive onto that cliff right there, but APG top doing the same thing. Fearless also is throwing all those bullets onto him.
So hard for him to dock himself. We shift over to Harame Bros. Somehow they miraculously found an entry point into the circle. Wow. But by staying in the middle of the circle, it's going to be a bit harder for you to collect elimination points. And they really need to bring those points in. They cannot allow Young Radicals to just continue to survive. We're still at 12 teams, so no placement points yet for anyone. And Harame Bros will need to take advantage of the fact that it is still no placement points yet, but Smile will start to come in. One knock onto 762. Here is Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, they are now here, and as one of the players, or rather one of the viewers commented, it is quite impossible for Yangon Galacticos to score 0 points. And now that they're starting that elimination and battle onto Hivedale, I think it will be quite impossible as they now have 1 for the count.
Look, I'm just trying to play the build up, right? Oh, come on. don't
Yeah.
spoil it for us. We're trying here. We're trying, though in reality we know it's kind of hard.
Yep.
And they continue to collect points. Now 1 elimination point for Young Radicals. Looking for more. It's going to be Red in front of them. And with the spread that they currently have, they not only might be able to take out Red, but they should be able to secure another elimination point out of a drop play of Hive International. Anyway, Smile will be knocked out by Rage from Harame Bros.
Yep, and as you have mentioned, we're just pushing aside the thought that YG is already having the whole tournament all for themselves, dominating the grand finals, and already, navigating their way through that championship title. And it's quite of one-sided at this point, yes, but we're just having a different take on whatever's happening, just in order for us to have a bit more fun right here. But fun is not on the side of Hive Red, as that circle will shift away from his end.
Yeah, and plus he is the Lone Ranger now for Hive International. And teams still know that he's there, especially Young Radicals, waiting for him to make the move. Murder spraying into the smoke, hoping to hit a target, but no target hit yet. And Murder is still keeping an eye onto Red. Where is Red going to go now? Oh man, it's probably just a matter of time. But Emas knocked out in the water and will be eliminated by support from Fearless Esports.
Now with that elimination on the Fearless Astro X, Maxstone will take that one, but from behind, 214, Mitchie, surprise, taking that knockdown onto him, and Mitchie surviving those engagements and still trying to take those eliminations. He needs to push himself towards the front part of the circle, though that would not be so possible, but I think that is still a good thing that he has a blessing in front of him, which is a buggy.
Oh, I know, right? Somehow the buggy just appears in front of Michi and now can zoom into the circle. But there's so many teams in front of him. Where is Michi right now? I really want to know. Anyway, Pop, they will need to be extra careful. Thanks to the wall, he's still able to heal up. Michi back in the water. He probably realized that just too many teams in front. But now there's even Goats. And finally, Michi did not survive. 2-1-4. 1 elimination out.
1 elimination out right there, but Hive International will follow their footsteps at the same time. So we already lost 2 PH teams. We already lost 1 Cambodian in 3 Myanmar and 1 Brunei team all together. But with Fearless pushing our team back right here, I don't think that is the best thing for them to do. Just stopping right in front and not crashing in front, or probably in the inside of this garage. So that is not the best thing for them to do, but for Team Max, that was their best moment as they took those eliminations all for themselves.
Well, there goes our hopes and dreams, Aya. The bottom teams, they have all been eliminated. So, yeah, it is what it is. I also just want to address everyone's understanding that there will not be any slot to PMGO. We will just crown the champion. They will take home the trophy. They'll take home the money, and that's going to be pretty much about it. No slot to PMGO for the champion this season, at least. Maybe in the future, hopefully. So we'll see what happens. But for now, we're still going to see these teams eyeing out for the chicken dinner this round. Majority of the teams on the northern side, including Young Galacticos.
Oh no, this might be a good game for them and might just seal the deal altogether. Who knows? But with the movement of the circle, ooh, that will be favoring bro right there. A bit of gold esports and a bit of our kill enemy, but with YG facing it with one more yellow team, which is our Sin Esports going for those nades right there. Makeshift red zone on the Sin Esports. They're still not receiving that so well, but with the damage onto Ranked, will that land perfectly? Almost, but he still survives.
And right now, the circle did move away from those teams at the northern side. And there's one team actually really by the edge of the circle, and that's Harame Bros. Could this be their opportunity to collect elimination points out of all those teams at the northern side? Anyway, Mernat is now aiming down onto the vehicles where Harame Bros are at. So they have to be extra careful not to expose themselves. But they also send out the scout towards the left side of the circle. So they have an option to actually move into the circle without taking this fight. But still, they choose to fire onto Harame Bros.
Yup, and they're still continuing with that one right there. And with the movement of the circle again, both of those yellow teams will be left outside. Meanwhile, the rest are just sitting quite nicely inside of that safe zone. But for Jibna, he is preparing that nade onto Nexus Vanguards, just trying to gatekeep them on that area. But for YG, they actually have found a spot right in the middle.
Gold Esports eliminated. They take home 7 elimination points together with them. Now Sen right on top of Harame Bros. They're going to crash out to Harame Bros right now. They're going to take the frontal approach. Ranking open out. Same goes with Cool. And now it's going to be Sen, FV as well as Wako. They need to come in. Harame Bros still eliminated after that crashing. And also multiple shots from different angles. Now YG will want to claim elimination points out of Sen.
Nice one for them right here. But look at this. A lot of those nades now are on to Sin Esports. They need to run for their lives. And Wako will now be eliminated to the rest, together with the rest of Sin Esports. That is quite unfortunate because NX Vanguards had a lot of frag grenades, but now they are all on the receiving end of those bullets. And with that vehicle explosion onto NXI, they need to heal up and go for that reset as soon as possible.
Well, that's more nades than what New Year can offer. Immediately eliminating Sin just like that. Now Nexus Vanguards will be facing off against Young Galacticos, but behind them there's another team though. Anyway, Young Galacticos is going to put focus on the Nexus Vanguard 3v4. Young Galacticos, oh, okay, they managed Team Max as well. The John got gunned down by them.
They have been gunned down together with Max the John. YG Romeo Boy adding more of those eliminations. How can we stop YG? I think at this point we still don't know, but we have our NX Baby Naughty wanting to do that for us. And one more kill onto Mernat that would only leave YG with still 2 players up and alive. But they already have 5 eliminations, even though they don't even need to do that anymore. Probably after this match, if they go even further, they might actually get nearer to that 200-point mark right here. But for Max Joseph, he wouldn't even need to breathe right now because KE is just right behind him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but the circle is not behind him. It's
no.
away from him. And inside the circle, we have PBMS in the circle itself. Nexus Vanguard is the closest one to the circle. Next, Young Radicals, they have to travel in while KE scoping down. But we're going to put focus on the Young Radicals and see how are they going to overcome the situation with teams around them to get into the circle. They have 25 more seconds to decide. But Romeo Boy will start off by trying to shoot down Atif. Atif gets away.
Atif gets away right there. But for KE Lukis, they actually have a bit of time to get inside of the circle, but again, they would still run into PBMS right here. They would run into Team Max onto the western side, so they are going to be caught in between those teams. So it is quite a struggle but I hope that they try their best to get inside of that zone as soon as possible, because that phase of that circle will now deal them with so much of that damage. But nice angle coming in from PBMSMM, almost getting two knockdowns right here. But for KE Kaya, he needs to be revived. But for KE Devon, he has a bit of the time to heal up. But from behind,
Oh!
Max Joseph
Oh!
joins the fun, and from above, that will be YD Say Cloud spotting him.
Wow, Cloud became the saving grace. Okay, for KE. Interesting. Did KE a favor there? And Cloud, he still managed to secure that elimination point. Now 6 elimination points for Younger Radicals, and they are also in the top 4 now.
Ooh, we are seeing a lot of those battles left and right, up and below, so they need to be very, very careful, as bullets can go coming from either of the spots that they could take. KE Devando is waiting for Scatty to overpeak on that area, but KE Lukis will be seen by Romeo Boy in the process. And YG Say Cloud not moving an inch, just pretending to be part of the bush right here, and slowly but surely moving and proning NXI, and that vehicle will be seen, and with that exact and precise set of bullets will take down NXI.
One with nature. And that's how nature bites you back. But Cloud immediately nailed down by Godspeed. And here comes Romeo Boy from the higher ground. The fun is just right in front of him with the SLK, and he'll finish off the fun. That is the end of KE. He's looking for more. He's the final active player for Younger Radicals. He's rushing towards PBMS all alone at this point with his SLK. And they will be sent across to the Romeo Boy. He will manage to evade it. And right now he's just right in front of them. He gets 2. Can get a third one to clutch it all out. But no, MM says he will deny the clutch away. But from the top! From the top, Nexus Vanguard close the game!
OMG! That final moment was really, really explosive. I actually thought that my prediction would be correct by saying that PBMS could get that winner chicken dinner. Though Nexus Vanguard snatched away that chance from PBMS, that was a good fight altogether, most especially those final moments wherein YG joined the fun. He was able to knock down 2 of the players of PBMS, even closely taking out the rest of the squad. And now with that nade coming from above, from the hands of Nexus Vanguards, that ends our Erangel battles right there. Now with the winner chicken dinner team stats, they had 9, or rather 8 total points for NX.
Yeah, 8. So that is 18 points collected by Nexus Vanguards in this round. And what a quick ending that was. First it was like, okay, 1v3. It looked exciting. Nexus Vanguards, they had no hesitation at all to join the fight, lob a single nade, and that was all it's needed to end the round and score this chicken dinner. Second chicken dinner today for NS Vanguards, in fact.
Exactly. So now with Nexus Vanguards maximizing their stay here, let's see how exactly that happened during those highlights. what a game that we had there for our final Erangel map. Now we have on screen the Nexus Vanguards with 18 overall points, YG with 13, PBMS with 10, KE with 9, together with City Esports with 9 as well, and Goat even getting 8 points overall, 7 from those eliminations. Bros had only 5 and Fearless had 4.
Fearless still up here with 4. Not too bad, not too bad. No place on points, no problem for them to be on page number 1. But other than that, well, I mean, YG with another 13-point haul this time, and we're going to see the overalls later on just to look at how big the gap is. But before we head on to that, on the page number 2, Goodfellas as well as Burmese Goals. Unfortunately, no points for them collected in this round. The other closer contenders, I would say among these, probably maybe even like 214, 1 point, APG 1 point, but by then they're not close enough to be in contention for the number 1 spot, so it's too bad for them. However, they did try though, but it was not enough points collected. And here are the official numbers, and the gap is now officially 60 points with 2 more games to go. I have absolutely no idea who will be the champion.
Probably it might be a different team other than YG.
Yeah, I feel that YG is not the champion yet. 60 points, really not enough. Probably another team is going to be the champion.
Might be, Sir Cloud, might be. But kidding aside, that 60-point gap, it needs a lot of miracle. It needs... I don't know, it needs half of the lobby to be eliminated in order for you to get those points. So, again, we are not yet sure who's going to be the champion. Though, we have here on the screen the top 4 teams overall for that match. That was Nexus Vanguards, YG, PBMS, and Kill Enemy. So, both YG and NX got 8 total eliminations, and 4 for PBMS and 5 for Kill Enemy. So, when it comes to their utilities that have been used, look at that. Nexus Vanguards used 32. That's why they had that mini, red zone on the Cine Esports earlier. That was very unfortunate for Sin that they were on the receiving end.
Yeah, out of 32, probably Sin received like 30 of them earlier on. It was like a meteor shower. But we're going to shower our love to our MVP this round, which is WTZ from Nexus Vanguard. And he came in with 5 eliminations, 354 damage, only 63 damage taken. Now, this is the round that I wish that we would have extra stat on, like exactly how many nades did WTZ throw earlier on, because that was like fire raining down on Sin.
Exactly, that was fire indeed. And Sin Esports didn't have anywhere else to go. They just had that ridge, and wherever they go, actually, they would be chased down by those nades coming in from Nexus Vanguards. Now they had actually a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. We were not able to emphasize that enough, so that was 2 for them for both those Erangel matches that we had earlier on. So first one, again, was taken by YG. The second one was taken by 214 Esports. But before we go on a very, very short break, I'd like to shout out those people on the Facebook comment section. To Trin Hai Chow, to Night Myo Chun, to Emmanuel Okik, to Heng Sros. I hope that I pronounced your names right. But thanks so much for watching and supporting your teams in that Facebook comment section. And for those on YT as well, I might shout you out, guys, later on. But for now, that we had finished that Erangel matches, we are now going to head on to Miramar map. But for the next few minutes, we are going to go for a very, very, very short break. Now we are set for another set of matches here in the map of Miramar. The final battle begins, second to the last for the rest of the grand finals, where every drop, every loot decision could change their fate. But now that we actually have several substitutions going in and out here, PBMS Monboy will not play, PBMS Pretzel will be in. But for the side of BG, that had been going on for 3 matches that they are experimenting with getting Yahiko in, getting Exit out, and so on and so forth, and vice versa right there. But with 13 seconds left, Sir Cloud, this is almost gonna be it for our matches.
Yes, we'll be jumping into it. And here we go, Miramar. The game that will set the tone for the final 2 matches. Let's go.
Let's go indeed, and this is now gonna be a different scene than what we had for the past 3 matches consecutively in the map of Erangel. So for those who are waiting for this Miramar match to happen, this is where they need to bank those points on.
Oh yeah, with the flight path at the bottom, yesterday we did see a fight in Chumacera, and with this flight path on top of it, potentially we might see another fight in Chumacera itself. So that's something that we want to zoom into later on. So the earlier drops, Goodfellas drops early, Time to Quick Esports inside the Impala, that's their regular drop spot anyway. Burmese Goals also dropping towards Puerto Paraiso. So there's a chance that they might meet Goodfellas in Puerto Paraiso itself.
That's interesting right here. Looking at this, Fearless always goes to that spot. GFS now following their footsteps right there before Time to Quick, just being fairly relatively near to their spot. They could have those third-party engagements later on, but Los Leones is left to only Team Max being right in the middle. Meanwhile, 4KE, Chumacera is again all for themselves, and early battles will happen, but the circle is still gonna be quite kind.
Kind maybe, unless it lands into Impala itself. But we'll look at that later, because right now we're gonna focus on to Goodfellas and Fearless Esports. Fearless Esports. So it's not Burmese Goals, Fearless Esports. Here we go. The fight for Puerto Paraiso as SLOTLIST deals a lot of damage on the newbies.
Oh no, and even to the point of his knockdown right here, SLOTLIST will take that first blood most likely. And with that dagger in his hand, he actually lost newbies right there for a second, but now he found him already. And with 1 slash, that will be our first blood in the map of Miramar.
First blood secured. But I also noticed that there's a potential another fight happening elsewhere on the map. We'll probably check that out later on, because right now it's going to be Fearless Esports having the upper hand against Goodfellas without their main fragger newbies. Not looking good for Goodfellas in this fight.
Definitely not looking good, because they were expecting probably to get this spot from Fearless, but it is this other way around. Although that was a good peek onto Fearless Ranzer. Coming from above though, he would be spotted at the same time, so that is just going to be an exchange of knockdown over there, and it will be a confirmation onto Fearless Ranzer. Asterix though will be spotting one more player of GFS as he goes down that spot.
Okay, 1-for-1. But for GFS, unfortunately for them, they will lose another player, and that's going to be Dewey, the most experienced players in the lineup of Goodfellas. The fight continues on right now with support taking a lot of damage. Shako wants to come in to seek revenge for his teammates. But support jumps out on the other side. Now he's on the cliff for the moment.
Now 7 support needs to heal up and needs to take those painkillers right there so that he could have that boost later on. But with the snake coming in from 7 support, will that land perfectly onto Shako? Shako now moving just a bit inside so that he would not receive those shrapnels, and he would not. So with Shako going out a little bit, just waiting for those moments, weighing things out in order for him to try to have a good angle on the 74, but that would not be possible again. But for the second attempt onto throwing that nade, two nades wasted for the side of support.
Here comes SLOTLIST. Pop will finish off Mazzi. Okay, one more to go. Goes up to the second floor with the UMP. Then simple spray by SLOTLIST. And they will win this fight, though they lost Renza. Calm down, Ezrex. Calm down. But I can totally understand the excitement. I can
Yep.
understand that.
Most especially that they are the ones nearer to each other, 13th and 14th spot. But moving on to a different battle right here. 2-1-4 Kree. Oh, unfortunate moment for them that they lost Kree quite early here in the battle. That is courtesy of Sin FFV. So first point goes to our Sin Esports.
And Sin Esports collects one, looking for more. Any other targets around them? That will be the job of Wako. Okay, they now know. Okay, I wonder if they know though. Emas is nearby. In the shack. Emas, he definitely has the information that Sin is across him, but it doesn't look like Sin knows, or maybe Cool knows. Not too sure yet. Or maybe he does. Maybe he does. That's why he's calling Ranky to come and support him.
Probably yes, but will they actually go for the push? That is the question right here, though. Rankit is just directly going towards Emma's spot right here. Will he go for that push? I think he will. Ooh, with a prone right here, just, trying to test the waters, trying to check if where is Emma's exactly at right now. But with the push coming from St. Nicole, that would exactly be a crash right here. And with this Molly onto Emma's. Oh no, unfortunate times. Emma is not actually moving. So I'm not quite sure what is happening in that moment right there. So 2-1-4 Emma's probably just accepted his fate right in front of St. Esports.
Yeah, I mean, to be real, he probably knows that he stood no chance. Even if he step out, he will be eliminated. So, might as well, like what you said, accept your fate. It's just like how our top 5 elimination players are accepting their fate. 3 of them from Young Radicals. Are we not surprised now? With Smile, Myrna, and Romeo at top 3.
Who might be the champion of PMCL rather? We are not sure. But getting aside, that is again Sin Esports getting one more for the count onto 2-1-4. So one player remain, and he is not anywhere to be found here. Here now, being on the camera. This would be 2-1-4 Bohem. Also just hiding behind this shack and praying and hoping that he would not be spotted by other teams.
Doing the ninja right now. So far so good. No teams know that he's here, but I can understand like being the final player, right? Like you just want to like just play as super safe as possible, and even if it means like staying in the shack all alone, it's totally understandable as well. Now KE is in the chase. They are chasing down Harame Bros, but Master D2K, he does have that front line advantage, but Harame Bros, they decided not to take this fight. They changed their route towards the right side, and they will be on a clear.
But it is gonna be, quite difficult for the Bros later on if they are gonna be staying on that third spot because they held on to the second spot for so long. But let's see if they are gonna be able to reclaim again that spot from Nexus Vanguards, or will Nexus Vanguards stand strongly on that number 2 spot? Meanwhile, for PBMS, with that 16-point difference between them and Bro, they could also still possibly do that, most especially if they perform well like what they had shown us during that previous match where they almost got that winner chicken dinner, and adding on to those would be their elimination points as well.
Yeah, and speaking about adding elimination points,
Ooh.
I'm still hoping that this chicken dinner goes to like the teams below.
Yep.
Fearless Esports added 4 points, and GOA still in the game with a full squad, and Time to Quick Esports the same as well. So if any of the bottom teams can score the chicken dinner, that'll be pretty nice. At least it's a bit more. At least it's like sharing the celebration between the teams, right? Among the teams,
Yep.
that is. And the circle does favor those teams.
Exactly, let's just do it for the highlight. Let's do it for those moments where we can post on TikTok how we got that winner chicken dinner in the grand finals. Let's go, guys. Let's cheer those teams on the bottommost part of our scoreboard right here. But for the movement of the circle, that is quite scary, Sir Cloud, because a lot of teams would need to meet around the middle ground in order for them to get inside of that safe zone.
Oh yeah, only 2 teams in it. The last we checked.
Yep.
It means everyone else, the remaining 13 teams, we need to get into the circle. So we might see a few fights on the way in. Early on, we did see like, okay, I see you, you see me, but there's still a lot of space. It's still stage 1. We can still go our way. But stage 2, with this kind of circle, maybe we'll see the engagement happen.
No room for mistakes for a lot of these players right here. But look at that vehicle just going on below that side. And he was pressured by those bullets coming in from afar. But with just a few meters away from each other, this would be Team Max versus our Harame Bros. So a lot could be lost for the Bros if ever the Team Max will be wiping them out later on. And if they are going to take that challenge.
So far, long range between the two. They see each other, but nobody's really going to commit yet. I guess because of the comfort of being in the circle. So that's why. KE, they're going to come in from the high grounds of Impala into the circle. And this is actually a really nice spot with the current circle that is. And it allows them access to go down even better, even easier in case the circle moves away. NX, looks like they're not interested to take this fight. They are also circling around to get into the circle.
Ooh, that is quite a tricky moment coming from Naughty that he bumped over that tree right in front before. Ours in Esports, Hive could bump into them later on, but they're just probably getting a bit far from the location of Sincool right here. So with Wago also saying that spot, they need to enter that safe zone later on. But with this battle going on, this would be Naughty actually being spotted by Fearless. Oh, Godspeed though will be seen by Fearless Aspect, and with that knockdown on him, Zai would go for that revive as soon as possible, but Naughty also will be chased by those bullets, and fortunately for him, miraculously surviving that battle.
Yeah, somehow he managed to still survive it. To fight another day. Unless Zai could not save him. Okay, but Zai should be able to. Zai should be able to. Okay, so he managed to crawl onto Zai. A nade. Okay, a bit of splash damage, but he's still fine.
Oh, no.
Another nade. Oh, we spoke too soon.
Yeah, we spoke too soon indeed, and this will be Zai being spotted by Pop-Buff right here, but he still survives though. He needs to heal up, he needs to hide right here. Ooh, with almost a knockdown onto Fearless, and with the rest of Fearless just circling around the spot of our Nexus Vanguards, they're actually pinning them down outside of that blue zone. With NXI being spotted, Fearless support will also be knocked down by WTZ right there, but WTZ also seen by Pop-Up from below. We're seeing a lot of these battles left and right already, but left and right as well is happening on the time to quick and Team Max.
And Pop-Up got it. And that is a good shot from the lower ground to get out WTZ. But he has to get out the blue now. He does have 3 first aid, so he can somewhat tank it out still. But he has to save his teammate at the same time. Support is bleeding out while Baby Naughty is looking at the side. I wonder if he wants to try something cheeky.
We are going to wait for that, but as for him, he would probably just wait a little bit further, as this is just stage number 3, and he just can wait for Fearless to leave this situation. But that is also another team, PBMS, driving by. They could take that challenge onto Fearless, or Fearless could just take a different route altogether. But for PBMS, not only Fearless would be right in front of them, but also Kill Enemy and KE Lukis will also have that best angle onto our PBEX MSI right there. MM receives half of that damage.
And is now still being chased down. KE is still looking for them, but another team is passing by. KE can shift their attention, but D2K really wants it. Okay, he's alone though. I hope that he knows that his teammate is left behind.
And that he is just the front liner from our Kill Enemy, and as he goes back, that would be Fearless right here. Woo, but with that CQC right in front and additional DPS damage, YG Master Smash Bullets goes through our GOAT Esports, claiming one of their lives.
And here is Smile, Yangon Galacticos, looking at GOAT Esports. And GOAT Esports just across them. But I doubt that they will make big moves against GOAT Esports. Not like they really do need to, unless they want to, just because.
Ooh.
But they can still hold on to their position. While we look at KE now against Fearless Esports, let's go!
Let's go indeed. And as they're going through this battle, we have Astrax going for that nade onto Kagendra. Was that damaging? Ooh, but the bounces is off a bit far from his location. Though Kagendra will go for that nice counterattack with that M249 onto Fearless Astrax in an instant elimination at the same time. Though Devon will be spotted with that S12K by 70 and one more from above. That is just a very quick reflex coming in from support and even managing to eliminate two.
Yeah, you know, he has to get into the circle because the blue is on top of him, and also D2K still in front. Circle continues to favor Goa. Interesting. Okay, let's see how will they be able to make the most out of this kind of situation. But for D2K, he waited for the right moment. He got support. Now revenge is served.
Revenge is served. KE, the last player, would want to go for that push, but I think he would want to prioritize getting inside the circle on its stage number 4 already with just 34 more seconds, and he adds so much of the damage coming in from that frag grenade, but we are not yet sure if that will land perfectly. The APG will be spotted by Burmese goals, and that would be them being eliminated, and it's just a very, very underwhelming performance for APG. They started as the star players of the grand finals, but now ending on that 9th spot.
Yeah, they were pretty much missing the entire grand finals, and with one more game to go, it wouldn't matter too much for them, except for getting the best placement possible. A big turnaround, not the kind of turnaround that they would have wanted for APG, and only now they broke into the 100-point mark.
And that is quite later already into our grand finals. Well, with BBMS right here, facing it with our Harame bros actually decided to leave them for a moment as they wait for that circle, and that movement would probably just try to be aligned with the circle movement. But here with 2-1-4 VOIN, he is being chased down by YG Romeo Boy. Fearless though in the process, even though with 9 eliminations, would also say goodbye.
One of the teams that we would have liked seeing getting a chicken dinner out. But still, Fearless Esports, they scored 9 elimination points. Not too bad. They stay away from the number 16, the dreaded number 16. But now teams will want to stay away from Yangon Radicals. While the elimination feed, Joseph from Team Max, he gets 1 elimination point.
He gets 1 elimination point right there. But with the movement of the circle, YG is actually establishing themselves onto that eastern side of our circle we're in, that is nearest to the waters of this island. But for the bros, they're just a bit quiet, trying to push themselves towards the corner and the edges of the circle. But I don't think that is going to be the best thing for them, as Time to Quick would welcome them once they do that, and they could actually be sandwiched in between, because Time to Quick is in a 1-3 split as of the moment.
And on the other side of the circle, we still have Harame Bros, Jipta and Jappy, the double J, to get into the circle. They're still crawling. Time to Quick Esports in front of them, making the rotation out to the car.
No.
Wait a second. Did they know? Oh, okay. It was just coincidence that Gus went to the high ground.
But with this nade landing onto Bro Jappy, that will be ending the Bro JJ connection with only 1 elimination, as they took Time to Quick Gus, which unfortunately for Gus, he was unsuspecting that there was 2 players of our Harame Bro. But now moving on to the rest of the battles that could still happen here with the movement of the circle. Let's see if that will still favor Goa, or will it go extreme north or extreme south. As of this moment, we are still not sure, but with YG still batting on to our Goat Esports, that will just push everyone gently towards the center.
And looks like Goa will still get the circle. All right. In the middle of it. So now it goes. No circle, but they have a team in front of them that they need to deal with, and that's going to be Goat Esports. Goat Esports will be facing off against the anime boss next. As Goat Esports, they still want to play the gatekeeping role. Chill Guy, just right beside Seikla, and Seikla has no idea.
Oh no, he doesn't have any idea that Go Chill Guy is actually right beside him right here. But for Hive Sense, that was him knocking down TTQ. But here with Seikla, finding a fortress right there, but with those shotguns going through, that will be shotgunning Say Cloud right there. And Chill Guy tries to chill a little bit, but he is still not able to secure that elimination onto Say Cloud. Meanwhile, Master Smile is already covering fire for Say Cloud right there. He might lose his chance onto getting that elimination.
He got the spray by Smile on to Chill Guy. Chill Guy, where is he gonna go? The blue will be on top of him. But anyway, Smile got him. And now it's a matter of securing the elimination point. Not like they really need it anyway. They can just move forward.
Exactly. You know, they can just leave everything else. They could actually give themselves to the opponents if they wanted to. But of course, this is YG. They would want to even further heights and go even further heights rather here in this battle. But for Tatwick versus PBMS, they still need those points right here. But with another nade, KH was almost knocked down, but with additional bullets right here as follow-up, that will be PBMS Pretzel securing the rest of our time to win.
8 elimination points as of now for PBMS, with Pretzel scoring 5 of them. Wow,
Wow.
this guy's on fire this round. And they are by the edge of the circle. No other opponents yet in front. And they will be playing safely on the lower ground anyway, so that's going to be fine. Now, on the higher ground, the flat lands, well, somewhat flat that is, we have Sin here, and we have Burmese Ghost as well. So they will be facing off against each other while waiting for the next phase of the circle in about a minute more.
And just around 1 minute more, they need to again move out of their spots unless they are that lucky into having that zone blessing right here. But with the smokes right in front of them, they need to hide themselves so that they could enter effortlessly inside of the circle. Hive 762 together with Day right here. Ooh, they're receiving that damages coming in from Team Max.
And no further follow-up yet. Everyone's anticipating next circle, 30 more seconds to go. Hype International, by the rim of it, most likely will need to move forward, so they start to move now instead of waiting later. But they know now that Team Max is in front of them. This team is waiting for them to just show themselves, and the circle might force them to do so. We'll see that in a couple more seconds. Who will be favored by the circle? Whether it will still go up north towards Goa, where Goa has been getting the circle the entire round. But for Goa, it's not only about the circle, it's also about Young Radicals in front. Anyway, middle circle, Goa still gets it.
Goa still has the favor of the gods right here, although that would be Romeo Boy getting that initial knockdown onto Goa Jeffrey. That was just very, very, very quick. Not even Goa has that idea that YG already would take one of their players, and will they be able to go for that counterattack? We are not quite sure.
As Young Radicals now looking at Goa. Well, we shift forward to the other side where Hype International will need to come into the circle. 762 and Dale. Now the duo that has to do it, they have to come down from this high ground. But the moment they do so, 3 other teams are in front of them.
Yep, and right here, they just moved a little bit, but they need to move a little bit further. Goa 22, though. Ooh, nice one for him. He knocks down Myrna Boy, although Master Smile will be seeing one more onto that side. Rather, that would be the other way around. Myrna Boy secures that elimination onto Goa 22. So Ngapikyao would be just right above them, but I'm not feeling any push from their end.
Hang on. Myrna taking a lot of damage from behind. It's going to be Ryder breaking their hearts. But there's the Romeo Boy there. Young Galactico still survive even after that backstab.
And they could even go back to a 2-player strong lineup after this one. And with the 2 players for Goa, they are quite in a spread. So in any case that one of them gets knocked down, that will be it. And they will be left with a Lone Ranger fighting for the rest of the team. But for Sin Esports, as we're seeing them, they're just getting inside of the middle portion of the circle. But for Hive, that would be Dale. You know, could try to get himself inside of a circle, but that wasn't possible as Team Max has their eyes really stuck onto them.
Oh, man. Again, the question is that what does it take to take out Young Radicals? I mean, they were backstabbed earlier on.
Oh, look at
but
this,
still
look at
they're
this.
able to survive. Okay, Ngapikyao, mission is yours. Young Radicals, they don't know that you're there. Let's see if you can be the one to take them out.
But I don't think he would want to go for that initiation. He just lets YG walk in front of him, you know? Like they are free to do that anyway. So Nga Pacquiao just wants to hide himself behind a bit of those grasslands, those bushes right in front of him. And still he is alive. And at the same time, as the same thing goes for YG.
And Romeo Boy scoping down onto Burmese goals. Just showing that he's there. Now on the Sin. A simple spray, I must say. I'm still waiting for if Nga Pacquiao will make the move, but he's still not doing it. Come on, Nga Pacquiao. Entertain us.
Oh, we were much entertained by the vehicle running over Goang Pacquiao there, courtesy of our Yangdom Galacticus holding control of the situation right here. And if that circle again favors YG, I don't know how else and how much more points could YG get. Oh, nope.
Exactly, right? Even playing as a duo. Even when Nga Pacquiao had the chance to just pull off a surprise, but he just didn't. Probably it's the chills knowing that it's YG in front. I don't know at this point. I thought that he could just go for it. I mean, there's nothing much to lose, right? You might as well just try to go for it, and who knows, you could come up with a good highlight, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Now let's see how will Sin deal with the situation that they don't have to circle with the team in front of them.
Let's see and wait for that later on. But two great teams are actually beside each other, or rather, onto the lower portion of that road would be our PBMS. But look at this, YG Roby Boy receiving a lot of the damage coming in from Goa Clay Jr. But the BG Liliatica will be spotted by Sid Wako too, as Goa Clay Jr. also had the eyes of one more team right below, right above them. Rather, was Sin FP though will be spotted with his bus right in front of BG Master Ichi. He was actually the one getting that knockout.
And Ichi taking damage from the blue, and in the other day, knocked by the zone itself. Young Galacticos shooting across, and this is going to be Rankit eliminated. They're looking for the next target right now. How many more points can they collect? One more point to make it 10, might as well.
I think YG would want to eliminate the rest of our lobby right here, remaining with 16 and 13 players, of course, -2 because that was a Romeo Boy and Mornat Boy right there. But with more bullets going through and with that additional damage being dealt onto Sin Esports, that would be them being eliminated courtesy of our team Max and a lot more teams right above and below and around them, with YG getting 10 more eliminations plus 198. Definitely going past that 200-point mark.
Have you ever watched South Park?
Oh, I haven't.
Oh, okay. So in South Park, there's this character called Kenny. And he always dies every episode for whatever reason. And there was this one episode when he was eliminated in the episode.
Yep.
Yeah. Some of the characters say, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it now! Stop it! He's dead! Stop it!" Yeah, this is the exact situation now. The Yaku guy, I think, was just not giving room to anyone else.
Exactly. They would not want to give those points to the other teams so that, you know, that they could bring home a lot more, because those points would do a lot to, let's say, PBMS, BG, Max, or even Goa. They could take over time to quick. But with YG just raking in all of those points, that would not do anything to YG. There's no rank even higher than number 1.
Yeah. At this point, I'm going to put up a challenge, right? Do not mention YG at all in the final game.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
It's super hard, right?
Yeah. Let's try.
Oh no. What did I sign up for?
I don't know. You wanted that challenge. Let's go for it.
Okay, we'll think about that. We'll think about that, because right now the teams will need to think about ending this game. And with Team Max on the lower ground, on the high ground, they see one, and that's going to be the end of Burmese Goes Shalom will be the final one to bow out, thanks to the John from the lower ground. Now it's between 4 different teams who scored this ticket to the Young Radicals, PBMS, BG, Team Max, and also Goa. 5. Oh, make it. Hang on. 3 teams more.
Yep, Myrna Boy for 3 right there. On to Goa being eliminated. Now we only have YG, PBMS, and Team Max. Max, though, reaching and going past that 100-point mark for them. But for PBMSMM, he was now knocked down by Romeo Boy again.
And here comes the spray by Romeo Boy, trying to secure that elimination point for whatever reason. But anyway, now Young Galacticos, they're on the lower ground. And the Team Max on the higher ground, they have the elevation advantage. They're still looking for, where's the final 2 players of PBMS? Okay, I believe they're on the other side. Okay, they're also gray color. That's why it's the same as Team Max. But anyway, Pretzel from behind will take out the John.
Actually, PBMS is just solo right here with Pretzel trying to heal up. Oh, that will not actually make it. And he will be taken by that blue zone. And Maxajon will be revived right here. So this will be a 3v2 situation. Team Max on to YG.
And here comes the grand finale for this round. Romeo Boy moving on now, leaving Mernat only alone. But Mernat from afar is still able to get a knock on to Joseph. One more to go on the other side. But hang on. Not only one, there's actually one more player behind Mernat. And that's going to be Atif. Atif firing now to Mernat. Mernat now doing the hero is going in for 1v1 and will win the 1v1 fight against the John. Now it's between Mernat and Atif.
Oh no, a 1v1 situation right here. Who will actually win it? Well, with this nade still in the hand of Maxative onto our YG, throwing that quite a bit far. But no, that will just be a shooting star just right above YG. And will that be another attempt? And that will still not land. Oh, Maxative here will be spotted. And again, Yangon Galactic is taking that winner chicken dinner.
Again, Yangon Galacticos. Again. And like what? Towards the end, they played as a duo and still able to come up with a chicken dinner? Come on, guys. Really?
I don't even know what else to say about Yangon Galacticos. We're even avoiding to, cheer them up. We are always almost for the other teams because they needed that boost. Much more than Yangon Galacticos, but with YG still getting that chicken dinner and with a lot of elimination points, that is just gonna be a one-sided grand finals.
Oh man. Now, okay, if you recall, because you did put out this fact before this, is this the biggest gap we have seen so far in the grand finals?
Yeah, I
believe
think
so.
so. Yes, I believe so because I forgot what I've said yesterday was just around 40 or was that 60? So if that's going to be the case, probably this is one of the biggest gaps that we are going to see. So again, a one-sided tournament and a one-sided grand finals here, just like what we had for the PMCL Southeast Asia 2024 spring.
Yeah, not even the league champions, APG, can actually put up a fight against Yangon Galacticos. And even the Rising Stars at some point, especially yesterday, Harami Bros also not able to put a fight against Yangon Galacticos as well. I mean, it is just like one team just running away with it, and everyone else just fights for second place onwards.
Definitely, just like what we have said, number one is almost cemented at that point since actually might be safe to say yesterday, but the fans are saying even during day number one, that was almost quite sure. But now we are in the final moments of the grand final, so it is indeed safe to say the number one spot is cemented on that portion. But for tops two onwards, that is still very much uncertain even at this point.
Yes. What else can we say? I genuinely thought that Yangon Galacticos won't score that chicken dinner because they don't need to. I mean, what else is their motivation to score that chicken dinner, right? Objectively speaking, that is. But they still went for it. And they could just let go the chicken dinner to a certain extent because they played as a duo towards the second half of that game or towards the end. They could just like, oh, we're playing as a duo. We can let this one go. We probably won't get the chicken dinner, but they still played at their best, and they still scored the chicken dinner as a duo.
YG. Not that we're tired of YG. We're just um I don't know how to put that into words, but we would want sort of a closer fight. But YG, being YG, they would want to make their lives easier. They've banked on those points during day number 1. They were consistent up until now. And the day number 3, match 17 out of 18. This is gonna be much more funnier, Sir Cloud, if they even get that last game.
Okay. I'm at the point that I want to see them get the last chicken dinner. Might as well, right? Might as well. Go big or go home, they say. Might as well give it as a fan service to just let the fans cheer for something, right?
Yup, that could be one, but I don't know at this point, Sir Cloud. I'm just proud of everyone, of course, getting into the grand finals, and now for Yangon Galacticos dominating. I know you guys have been tired of us always mentioning them here and there and during all the moments, because again, as I have told you guys since yesterday, the definition for the grand finals, and it is again safe to say right now, most especially, that the definition of grand finals for PMCL 2025 Southeast Asia Spring is Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, this is the PMCL YG Spring 2025, because it's only them pretty much dominating this towards the end. I mean, what else can we say about them, right? We have said more than whatever that we can say about Young Galacticos at this point. The only way that we can say something different about them is that if we say it in a different language, that's all.
Yep. Exactly. Might as well chat GPT. Give us phrases to talk about YG, because we are already running out of words to say about them at this point, because they've dominated so far. We also want to see those teams do that same thing that YG did, even probably for the last match, because we're not expecting them to, overtake YG anymore. So them staying longer here in this Winterwear Chicken Dinner scene might as well be a foreshadowing that we are going to see them quite longer later on as we see the championship banner.
Yeah, I mean, we did also mention that we want to see like the bottom teams like really doing it. I mean, at some point earlier on, Goa, they had the circle until like the later stages, but it almost felt like they froze when they know that YG is in front of them. Like APPEX, for example, like from the back, like, okay, whether you actually win it against them or not, that is the secondary question. The main thing is that you try and put in something, right? Then at least there's like a challenge towards YG, and maybe you could have got one of them, and the multiverse might happen. It could be a different team getting the chicken dinner at the end.
Yup, but unfortunately that didn't happen here in this match, so we have one more chance to see that actually on match number 18. Though we're not yet, of course, certain about the things that could happen. Probably at this point, everyone else are in that acceptance stage already, that they are not going to be the champions, but probably they're fighting for those highlights, fighting for that higher prize pool ahead of them, fighting for better bragging rights at the end of this tournament. For YG, they're of course secured of all of those.
Oh man, yep. And I believe we also have the FMVP award as well. So I think it's going to be quite clear on who is it going to come, or which team is it going to come from. Okay, that is just a matter of who from that team that you might have in your head might be the tournament MVP. Who would you pick, Aya?
From a different team other than YG?
It's up to you. Who do you think might be the tournament MVP?
Yeah, I think it's actually going to Master Smile right here. Might be Master Smile, because we've seen, of course, 3 out of 4 in this lineup are always in the top 5 eliminations, but because they have sort of that small difference in between them with regard to the points, I think it just slowly or a little leaning towards Master Smile right here. But how about for you, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, my gut feel is that it's going to be Smile as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think it's quite clear from some of the stats that we saw, like the eliminations, like the damage output, and practically on the battleground as well, like how long he survives, what kind of moves does he pull in the game. It's very, very likely that he might be the tournament MVP unless something happens in the last match, because I'm sure that their stats between them, the players
Yep.
of YG, they're not too far apart.
Mm-hmm. It's just funny that we have talked about several times that we do not have anything else to talk about YG, but them being on standby here on our screen, you know, we had a lot of words to say even further for Yangon Galacticos. But again, they're just really unstoppable. They bulldoze through every team in this tournament. That's why they are right here. But I think I'm hearing that we are going to go for a short break. So I guess that is it for now, as we are going to go back for match number 18.
The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your Reversal Blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the Reversal Blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced Reversal Blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden Armor Racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor Rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor Racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now! The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The Golden Armor Racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road. They can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
took a shot in the dark. I didn't mean to break your heart, but I told you from the start. No, 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 another heartbreaker. Another heartbreaker. Can't change me.
The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your reversal blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden armor racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now! The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Arangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the Golden Age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. that adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonders Play System and Creation Center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the Temporal Sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the reversal blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced reversal blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced reversal blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown, and it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced reversal blade will break and disappear. The reversal blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a reversal blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your reversal blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden Armor Racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor Rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor Racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now! The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Arangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road. They can also be summoned with a camel bell as a two-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
And after a very long break, we are now back again. This is yours truly, APPEX together with the one and only Sir Cloud. And after match 17, that was actually still YG getting 24 overall points. Meanwhile, second to them would be Team Max with 13, PBMS with 13 at the same time, BG with 9, and Fearless with 9 as well, solely coming in from their eliminations.
Wow, Fearless, no placement, no problem to gain those 9 points and still be on page number 1. Very, very nice from Fearless. Same goes for Time to Quick Esports as well. Though we were hoping that they scored the chicken dinner, but it's okay, it's fine. There's still one more game to go, and one more game to go for 214 and NX to redeem themselves from the 0-point round.
Yep, exactly. And probably during those moments wherein we had sort of a longer break, I hope they actually managed to navigate their way through their mistakes and try to do that and try to adjust during this very, very final moment onto match number 18. But looking at the overall rankings, looks like an angel number here, 222. For Yangon Galacticos, next to them would be Nexus Vanguard. So just quite far, with now 138 and just 3 points behind them would be Bros with 135, PBMS with 131. So those three teams could actually have that chance to, still get that second spot from NX.
You know John Cena?
Yes.
I can't see YG now, It's like, okay, why YG can just be YG, I can't see that, At this point, at least for me personally, I'll be like, okay, who's going to get the next biggest piece of the prize pool onwards?
Definitely, because, we had been talking about YG throughout the grand final, so might as well not see YG anymore. Like John Cena, you can't see me. So now for 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth, that is now what we are going to focus on. And most especially for those teams who are at the bottom. Just looking at the chicken dinner right here, we have your GFS who took that winner chicken dinner once, but they are on the 13th spot. So that did not actually boost them so much, but at least, that's still a chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner, right? So, well, if they can get the last chicken dinner, then it's also part of fan service at the end of the day. I'm also looking at, okay, so we have 9 teams that did not score a chicken dinner in the grand finals, starting from Hive, BG, Max, and then we have APG. APG, no chicken dinner in the grand finals. Can you believe it? Now that we kind of think about it.
That is actually unbelievable. That is APG. We've known them being very dominant throughout the matches, most especially during week number 2, and now them performing quite underwhelmingly in the grand finals. That is an unfamiliar spot for APG to be at right now. And going back as well, next to them is actually KE with 2 chicken dinners. So them being pushed down on that 9th spot is not really good because they started quite strong during the grand finals and now them being on that 9th spot. But just a recap for everybody who was not here, during day number 3, Sandhawk was taken by YG during the first game. Second Erangel map was taken by 2 and 4. Third match was taken by NX, and that is a back-to-back for both the final Erangel matches and the second one. And for Miramar, that was again Yangon Galactica. So we're just juggling around few teams here for getting that chicken dinner. And now for the final Miramar map, it is going to be an all or nothing do or die match.
Absolutely. All in now for the final game. And because it's the final match of them all, I have this expectation of when it comes to the final match, and plus, of course, if a team already ran away with the number 1, then I would expect like all the teams to just play like a brawl. Not like, okay, all 16 teams drop into lost learners, not that kind of thing, but whoever who's in front of them, they would just shoot, like they don't think too much, and we will see a lot more action, even though it's in the Miramar match.
Exactly. Everyone being aggressive, that is what we want to see, because they have nothing much to lose at this point, most especially those at the bottommost part. So I think if you are gonna segregate the teams as to which ones are you gonna be more scared of, it's probably those teams on the bottom, because they are the ones who are gonna play probably and hopefully a bit more recklessly during this final Miramar map that we are gonna see in 45 more seconds.
And just to recap, we saw an early fight in Puerto Paraiso early on. So potentially that might happen, but of course it depends on the flight path as well. We have seen an early fight in Chumacera. So those 2 spots are the spots that we want to look at. Other than that, no early engagements at all. But who knows, right? Because it's the last game, so anything can truly happen inside of this Miramar. Something that we will want to see. Who will score this final chicken dinner as well, and at least give fan service to their fans, regardless of whatever placement they are in. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we all have waited for this moment. Miramar, let's go.
Let's go indeed to the final match for the grand finals, match 18 out of 18. The pressure is indeed on for those teams, most especially around the middle, who are wanting to take that second, that third spot, and most especially the higher chunk of the prize pool here in the grand final. So it all just boils down to those teams who would want to get that higher rewards must need to do extra steps and probably go for those higher risk movements.
And this is the best time to actually pull off those higher risk moments, right, for all these teams. Looking at the first few drops, so we're going to see the regular PBMS. They like to drop up north, same goes for Gold Esports, so it's going to be regular drops there. Of course, we want to see whether Potopriso will there be a challenge or not, because the life map is not too far away. Chumacera, a bit of a distance. Maybe we won't see the clash inside Chumacera. So to answer Potopriso, we need to look at where Goodfellas is at. And Goodfellas, they drop on the north, it seems. So Fearless Esports will have Potopriso for themselves.
Yep, exactly. So it is quite a quiet start for Fearless right here. But with a circle, oh no! Going to the northwestern side, OMG, favoring PBMS right here, favoring GFS 214. Let's also include YG, BG together with Hive.
And I heard gunshots. And guess who it came from? Yep. Are we still up for the challenge?
I actually have mentioned them already when talking about the circle.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Sad.
Okay, we'll give you that
I
pass.
forgot.
Okay, we'll give you that pass.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. From now on.
So we're still gonna continue. Okay.
Yeah.
This is gonna be so difficult.
Because we have them on screen. If we can switch over,
Yup.
they'll help the situation. just saying.
You know, just to save us from this challenge. But because the highlights of course. Yes,
Okay.
finally.
All right. Oh, NX. Actually, they have made a huge comeback if you think about it as well.
Exactly. They went from around, I believe, 13 on to now second. That is, very impressive. Look at that. WTZ trying to go for that crossbow onto NX Godspeed. And as they all join their vehicles right here, they're prepping up for rotation later on. But with regard to the other teams, let's see if they are actually going to be running into them. But for Nexus so far, they are still quite safe. And for Bros, again, their usual dropping point, Picado, is all for themselves.
So you know what? Looking at that crossbow move, if there's this one feature that could be implemented in PUBG Mobile, I would like to see a friendly fire feature.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is fun. Because I also do like knocking down my teammates with those nades and with with those mollies. So it will be much easier, you know, for that friendly fire moment.
Yeah, like it does not only involve like nades and mollies, like even gunshots. If you shoot your own teammate, it hurts. I like to see that.
Yeah, I like to see that too. And just thinking about it, it adds to the responsibility that you need to be more careful when it comes to your gunshots, and that you can not just recklessly shoot onto enemies, even if there is your teammate right in front of you or right beside you. So yeah, that is pretty interesting.
Yeah. So let's have it. Okay, so if any of you in the future see that it is implemented, then you know where it came from. It came from PMCL English Desk. We're gonna book this idea now.
I want to see that. That's kind of fun. Yep. But it's gonna be much more risky, right? If it's in the esports scene.
Oh, it has to be the esports scene. Then that's fun. That's the whole point.
Yep.
Yeah, can you imagine, right? Like, okay, this is an offline setting. Let's say if it's PMNC, everyone plays in the same area, right? And then you shoot your own teammate. Your teammate gets knocked. The entire squad gets wiped out. And then you can see all the drama happening on the ground.
Oh no.
Wow.
There could be a lot more fights in real life than inside of the battlefield.
More fights on the outside than the inside.
Yep, definitely. That is scary and that is fun at the same time. Oops, but wait, we have a battle right here. This is going to Esports versus 214, and that would be Kree running away from that battle is good, but he is trying his best to find an angle onto Kree, but still managing his way to escape.
So no early elimination yet. Okay, so it looks like it's beyond my expectation. Again, I thought that, okay, the first few moments we see, all these fights happening. But these teams, they're still playing it like it's the first game. Like, okay, we avoid fights. There's still a lot of teams. Not worthwhile. You know, that sort of thing.
Exactly. Oh, they're now here again. So, you know, going back to what you mentioned earlier, yep, I actually thought that they're going to be more all out. They're going to go for those engagements, not even thinking about the dropping points of the biggest teams inside, just joining them all together. But nope, this is sort of, again, like starting the grand finals all together, testing the waters, trying to check where are the teams going to go to. So I'm not sure. Probably the factor that we had to be on a short, or probably not a short break, but we had to go on a break. So they their aggressiveness, their tension, their momentum probably went on sort of a reset as well.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's a good theory to put out. It almost feels like it's a brand new day for the teams, and it's like, okay, we have to play now. Oh, okay, it's
Hmm.
round one. Oh, okay, let's restart ourselves. And true enough, it took a while now. We're almost into stage two, but we're starting to see not no eliminations yet.
Oh yeah. Right here though, we have one onto Time to Quick, one onto Fearless to make that two. For Fearless, as Ranzer also will be taken down. KH though will now go for that push. 74 is just waiting inside. Oh, he's not actually inside. And now he will be pinned down. Like that is a trap for him to take. But 74 though will receive that knockdown coming in from Fearless. And that is an early elimination onto Fearless with 0 points.
Ooh, okay, okay. I can see the motivation now for Title Quick Esports. They don't want to be the number 16 team.
Yep.
So now that Fearless Esports have been eliminated, if they can go above Fearless Esports, and that's only 3 more points, then they are surely not going to be number 16.
Mm-hmm. Probably that could happen later on, but for Goa, with just 2 points behind them so far, I think they could still have that chance, unless Goa will also be eliminated quite early. But let's see what will happen between these two teams, and as they catch on to Fearless right there, being the first team to be out. The moment that we are waiting for is where again will that circle go to?
Okay, a lot of teams in the middle, so tons of teams playing safe, but okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right, all the way up top. Okay, if it goes to the Oasis, it will be great. We don't always get to see that kind of circle.
This is really again more interesting because at least because we've waited for quite a while. This is worth the wait. This kind of circle is indeed worth the wait, worth the struggle for the players, in my opinion, that they are going to be more pushed to their limits during these final moments in order for them to give that highlight to their strengths, or who knows, probably their weaknesses too inside. But look at that, going Epic Yao already confirming Max Joseph right there, not wanting to be pinned down onto that 16th place.
Oh yeah, they saw Time to Quick Esports score 4, and then they're like, they already got 4. We have to do more now, not to be in the last place. And at this point, because Fearless Esports again have been eliminated, as long as Goa can go above 63 points, then they will not be at number 16. So they are now 4 points away from Fearless Esports.
That is just 4 points in between them, so they could still have a chance. But right now, NX Godspeed, one of the key players right here in Nexus Vanguard, will he be able to take Nexus Vanguard, still stay on that second spot, or will they be approached by Bros later on? But with one more knockdown on the PBMS, let's see how else would that happen, as GFS is actually in front of Sin Esports too.
Okay, Sydney Sports with the high ground against Goodfellas. Everyone's playing in the middle of the circle, and Goodfellas, they're not going to push it for now. But MM will be pushed by Harame Bros, currently bleeding out, and the other players of PBMS nowhere to be found. But now they show up on the elimination feed. It is Minor, also gunned down.
Oh no, Minor got gunned down, so I'm not sure Yes, they already have 2 eliminations from their end, and the other half are quite far. So with Minor being confirmed by Goat Esports right there, it's not looking so good for PBMS's, most especially that they also have that chance onto getting onto that second spot. So although the 2 and 4 is still quite far from PBMS, it's still better for them if ever that they would want to climb a bit um more to the top, either taking the second spot or the third spot right here.
Yeah, probably slightly more piece of the prize pool that they will be looking for. For PBMS, nothing much they can do. They lost 2 players. The other 2 players, they went up to the high ground, and that's going to be a safer spot for them for now. And looking over at the spread of all these teams. Oh, okay. Nobody's really playing in the middle. Oh, everyone's playing by the side of the circle.
Yep, exactly. They would not want to present themselves as taking as being the ones, that is the focus of the other teams. So now that we are having this team in front of us as they traverse through that inside of the circle, they're also just playing edge, and they are going to be in front of our bros.
Yeah, you can't see me. You can't see me.
Yeah, I can't see that.
And the bros can't see them. Or maybe they can hear them. And the bros still a full squad, but only 2 players in this building as they are being scouted. Okay, so the you can't see me can see them. But they choose not to fight still.
Yep, they're still not pushing through that spot towards the bros, so they're finding a different spot for them to stay in, most especially that Romeo boy got eliminated quite early in this battle. Oh, but next though, spots CloudTG right there, and that will be an instant elimination onto them. VG Master AG spots our team Max the John, and 4 side of the pros, they are joined by Goa all together, and BG continues that battle onto Team Max, and APG actually joins that party too.
Yeah, with a lot of the teams playing by the edge of the circle, like how we saw earlier on, fights are starting to hike up with the fact that Hype International are the players knocked not only Red left, and Wako is still here. Okay, Rankin needs backup. Wako is on his way, just needs to buy a little bit more time. But Rankin, he can try to go in for himself. But anyway, on the other side, backup for Hive is on its way. So he needs his teammate now. Wako has arrived.
Ooh, Wako is right here, but they are still fighting it with Hive International, and they're quite healthy damage coming in from those bullets. Rankid needs to heal up, but with that nade coming in from above and below and from behind, Hive Red will be taken right here, and Rankid will be revived and rescued as coming in from Wako right here, but Claude will be spotted. They're just making sure that they eliminate the rest of Hive before going for that revive, though we have Cole here to manage that situation. Let's see if he can actually do that.
He's searching for his opponent. Can't get a good view thanks to the high wall. Now Cool, still pretty well and healthy. He can take a little bit of risk, but he chooses not to. He wants to gather the information first. Oh, at the same time, waiting for his other teammates to come. Wako is on his way, and now it's time to go. Sees his opponent jump shot across the wall, but he will not connect. But anyway, he knows that the nade landed. Opponent pretty low. Hive International, thank you so much for playing. Hopefully we get to see them again next season.
Oh no, now one more team being out of the game. We still have a lot who are wanting to get that final winner chicken dinner for today. And next Vibinati though will be spotted by that same team who they got that elimination earlier on. Oh, I don't think they were able to confirm that though, because CloudTG here is still up and alive, and they're bringing punishment onto Nexus Vanguards for taking that knockdown onto them earlier. And now with that push, WTZ though will face Murna Boy right here, but we'll go for that Molly all together. Damage will be done to Murna Boy, but also damage will be received by NXWTZ, and that will be a knockdown right there, and even in confirmation.
And there you go. 3 teams in the pocket. 225 points now for this team. But there's one player still left around the corner. But I don't think Gaia would want to challenge it. Gaia, he heard the commotion. He saw the elimination fish. He knows which team is it. And he's like, okay, nope.
Nope, of course not right now. But with this moment, let's see. This is Goat Esports versus PBMS, left with those final two players. But with time to quick liquid coming in from above them, what a good angle that they have onto Goat Esports and punishing one more, bringing so much of that damage. Maybe will be taken down and going in their vehicles, going for that rush. Adding on to those damages will be PBMS Pretzel, but that would not connect as well coming in from that nade, so they don't also have a chance into killing those eliminations and knockdowns dealt by time to quick.
Here comes Time to Quick Esports. They have arrived, and they'll be in between these two other teams with a nade from Memby knocking out Chill Guy, and then they set across, but then again the tree kind of blocked that nade from Liquid. Liquid will be gunned down instead. Now Liquid is in trouble. Liquid will be eliminated. 3 left for the side of Time to Quick Esports, and Time to Quick Esports, they don't want to be pushed down by Goa, so they have to bring in the points.
Oh, now with those points, look at this MV. Will go for that damage onto Bunny, but will still survive. Ryder is patiently waiting as he is proning, waiting for that crawl moments coming in from Bunny so that he can revive him right away. But with the distance in between them, I don't think time to quick would actually go for that rush right away. But with another rush going on, this is GFS onto Sin Esports.
Here comes Goodfellas, providing cover to the rest of the other teammates. And here they are, a full squad, 4 players. And here they enter. Wako gets newbies. Shako goes down to the ground floor. Shako gets newbies. And newbies is in trouble. Wako will be knocked down. They're trading back with each other. Chewy is on his way. But before that, Rankin will secure the elimination point. Before Chewy is able to lob that nade across, Rankin notices it, backs off, and he is safe for now.
He has a good angle actually onto Jivis Chewy right here, but Chewy will now push forward so that he can reposition himself. But with him, coming from below and through that window peak, that would be Rankin eliminating the rest of Goodfellas Gaming. Now going back to the battle that we had left earlier, PBMS now versus Time to Quick, sparing that 2 final players from Go Esports.
Yeah. And the Blues behind them. Circle moves away, and APG is in the middle of the circle. Goa also within the circle with their own compound, so doing pretty nice so far in this round. On the other side, we have KE here, who needs to get into the circle as well, and there are other teams around them. So they're scouting, gathering the information, waiting for the right moment to make the move, or they can also go for the option of rotating up north back into the circle.
Yep. That could be one of the possibilities right here. But again, with the movement of the circle, it is very, very crucial, most especially when it comes to their movements. But look at that move. It's coming in from KE Master D2K onto Sin Esports. Sin Esports have always been in every battle throughout this match number 18. That also explains why they were able to get 8 eliminations so far. But it also puts the team at risk, though again, this is the final match, so this is the perfect moment for them to do this because they have nothing else to lose but a lot more to gain.
But a lot more here to gain for either Goat Esports, Title Esports, or Harame Bros. Jappy will be knocked out by Ryder. Goat Esports on the other side, and Title Esports on the other end. So both teams sandwiching Harame Bros right now. Finding it hard to just survive this, just get in. Nathan will be knocked down. Harame Bros falling apart with Jappy knocked again. So that's down to Range and Jibna.
Oh, this is now a difficult spot for them to be at right here with that additional motive coming in from Time to Quick. Bro Range coming in from above. They would want to push down our Time to Quick while also being very vigilant and very careful because there is 2 players of Goat Esports right behind them. MV though is still waiting for all of those things happening right in front of him. KH is also doing the same thing as Bro Range, and his footsteps are just right in front of his eyes.
And here's MV with a high guy advantage. He's not really going in yet. Okay, with the stock, he probably would. KH needs to find that angle. Range is cooking up his nade. Nade will lob across, but late over toss. And now KH are firing on the Range, and the Range will be eliminated. That is it for Harame Bros. Not locked in there, Yama 3, because we still have PBMS below them that can push them down.
That is exactly the moment where Bros would not want to be in because PBMS is still alive. They could push down Bros right here, and then next could even, further that gap, although PBMS could also catch up with NX. So that could still happen right here, most especially that they are still up and alive, though NX only just has one player right there. NX, though, Godspeed still was able to knock down Ranked, but will that be a confirmation? That is not yet for sure right now, as Time to Quick MV gets those nades onto Go Bunny.
Wow, time to quit. We gotta think about it. They already have 9 elimination
Oh,
points.
yeah.
Whoa. Okay, now they really don't want to be at number 16. Now Bunny behind this rock. Splash damage onto him, 40% of health left. Another nade will be sent.
Oh, no.
MV will be knocked, but he will be picked up immediately by his teammate. At the same time, the circle will continue to shift. APG, Goa has the circle.
This is a quick reset and rescue coming in to a Time to Quick right there. But Goa, I just like to commend their zone prediction abilities that had been going on since the last match. So it was just unfortunate that we are only seeing it now during those final games. So for PBMS, that is a knockdown on 2-1 for Michi right there. But for Murna Boy here, he received a lot of damage from Goa as they try to join that spot. SayCloud, though, will be spotted and will be taken down.
And the VOIN from afar managed to assist his teammates to secure another elimination point. We're back on to Goa here. Somewhere in the middle of the circle, but they do have company around the area. Managed to take out SayCloud, now leaving this team with only Murnat now.
We weren't able to mention those in Esports got eliminated as well with 8 eliminations in the bag. But now going back to the battles who are still alive inside, we have Time to Quick needing to heal up 2 of those players, and as they go uphill, that would be PBMS Pretzel, but PBMS though is still busy in front of 214, and that secures Michi right there. Pretzel with a very low HP, he needs to crawl and needs to heal as soon as possible.
And PBMS who want the points in because they can overtake Harame Bros. And maybe by now, even NX have been eliminated. No points at all this round for NX. So there's a big chance for PBMS to overtake 2 teams at the same time.
Oh, that could be a good highlight if ever that happens. But let's see, because they have Time to Quick right above them. They have 214 below their side, so they need to be careful. And at the same time, they need all of those points in order for them to secure that elimination. And of course, that overtake onto either Bro or maybe even NX as well.
And Time to Quick Esports, so far so good for them. 11 elimination points collected. They are really going for it this time. Ooh, I'm excited to see how far Time to Quick Esports will go. If they score the chicken dinner at this point with a few more eliminations, they can overtake GFS even.
They can do that right here. So very, very interesting. It's just unfortunate though that we are just seeing it in the final moments again. We have been asking this from all of these teams, to be more aggressive, to get more of those points. But I think this is the moment because they don't have any other choice. But now the choice is to knock down KE right there with 1 player being taken down by MV right here. 11 eliminations still. Will they make that 12? We are gonna see that later on. But from behind them, they still have 2 more teams to deal with.
Here comes KE on the Goa. And Goa, looking at the elimination feed, they know that Time to Quick Esports, they're now holding a lot of elimination points. Goa, they don't want to stay at the bottom at number 16. But all they need to do is just overtake Fearless Esports, and they're getting close to that. But the next challenger is going to be KE, as we will continue to monitor the next phase of the circle. Stage next is going to be favoring APG.
Oh no. That is a good one for APG. At least for a moment, they're having all that circles all for themselves. The eliminations, though, don't come so easily as the opponents are quite far from their spot. But we have Devon knocking it down onto Time to Quick Gus with almost a confirmation. But I think they still have a bit of ample time to revive their teammate right there. Kaya needs to heal up too. He is very, very heavily damaged right here, and they are still going to be running into Goa in a bit, as the rest of Goa, all of them are on full alert, as they know anytime soon there would be some teams pushing right there, and that would be Devon falling into that trap.
And now they're looking for more eliminations. They are now very, very close. They're only 1 point to match Fearless Esports. gain 2 points, and they don't need to think about tiebreaker to be at least at number 15 and not at the dreaded number 16. Of course, there's still targets in front of them. Kaya, it's just, oh, Clay's position. They don't know that he's there.
Oh no!
They don't know. Guys, look up. Look up. Wait, 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 wait,
Oh
wait.
no!
Wait, who shoot?
I don't actually know. Oh, that was MV
Oh.
above. MV, why'd you have to do that? That was fun if that took, quite a bit longer. But I guess at least for him, he was able to take that elimination. But the rest of Verme's goals, though, will have to end their run here in the grand finals. Time to quick Gus needs to still prone a little bit to have a spot and to have a sighting onto KE Lukis. And with that movement, he would probably see him later on. PMCL will now be out and will be robbed of that chance to overtake, bro.
Whoa.
Oh, one more elimination on to go out right there. Time to Gus heavily damage. Oh, and that will be the final moment. Now leaving us with the final 3 teams and the team that we were not mentioning. They are still here.
The one that shall not be named is still
Yep.
here. Oh, but look at the bullets for Bernard. Okay. Anyway, his M4 is well stocked up, so not gonna be an issue. Stage 8. Okay, who will get the circle? Will be at the majority area. Okay, at least it's somewhere in between. Everyone has a piece of the circle. That includes APG, as we can see them on screen right now. They have to fight against 214.
Ooh, with those exchange of nades right here, just a bit of damage has been dealt. WOM is still preparing that one. As Burnout Boy joins into the fight, doesn't have anything else to lose, and probably a bit more to gain with those eliminations if ever he gets that one. Being very careful still, riding this almost exploding vehicle, he's just having fun inside of this final game. 2-on-4 MS though, still trying his best to have a different angle onto APG.
Yeah, an APG on the lower ground, but they have the numbers against everyone else. I mean, it's 4v2v1. And the 1 is still in the game. Can you believe
no.
it? Okay. Okay. Warham managed to get a nade onto APG. Fern is down. Fern takes splash damage again. Now bleeding out with 50% of health left. Skynet with his own nade. He's cooking it. Send it across. But it will not hit anyone.
Oh, this is a fun way to end the game. Not much pressure to anyone, most especially the one that can't be named and shall not be named. And for the 2 teams, they're just fighting for those few more moments inside of the game. Though MS will be seen here by Murna Boy with that Garoza right in front. And with that confirmation, MS now will be out.
Well, and now 2-1-4, only one player left. It's going to be Warm. And Warm fires back, he gets Skyne in. Okay, he's not going down without a fight, but at the other day, Nung has landed a nade onto him. It's going to be a 1v3, 1v4 situation between Mernat and APG. The number 1 and number 2 team when we started the grand finals. Now this is going to be the grand finale on who is going to lock it in.
Locking it in, but still, ooh, not going home. Ooh, we have there that nade finally landing, and APG finally getting that winner chicken dinner in the grand finals as we end day number 3, match 18. Out of 18, that would be Anchor PUBG Esports.
A bit of a bittersweet chicken dinner for APG, and the first chicken dinner in the grand finals happened to come at the last game, but it is still giving it back to the fans somehow, at least giving up this poster to the fans, allowing them something to talk about, something to cheer about. Though it's a bit of a bittersweet feeling, and it's just because APG at some point they were in the running to get the number 1. So it's just it's a complicated feeling.
Yep, I really had high hopes and expectations for APG, and I believe it's not only me, it's a lot of the people, most especially those who have witnessed their performance in week number 2. But unfortunately for them, that did not translate into their grand finals performance. But still, a nice run for APG, so looking forward to the next seasons of this specific team.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see them more next season because I'm sure the next season the stakes will be even higher.
Yes.
Because it might, okay, I'm just putting out there, it might involve slots to the international stage, just saying. But for now, this season, there will not be any slots to any further international stage. For example, the PMGO. So that might have to wait for the next season. For this season, it's all about us just crowning the champion and handing over the shiny new trophy. And I have no idea who it is.
I don't also have even a hint. It just had been fun, Sir Cloud, as I've told you earlier. It had been so much fun casting with you. It's really my pleasure and my honor. And to all the viewers out there, once again, hello to all of you. I hope that you guys enjoyed that match as much as we did. And speaking of that match, that was 23 points going to APG right there. Just 2 points behind was Time to Quick with 17 eliminations. That is around 1/4 or even more than 1/4 of our lobby. So kudos to Time to Quick for doing their best even here in this final moment. So that is 21 points, pushing themselves towards the top. YG, oh yeah, I can now mention them. YG with 10 points right here. City Sports with 8, Go with 7, 214 with 6, and so on and so forth. Now to the second page, 4 teams did not get any in that match.
Oh, I also want to point out that 17 eliminations in the round is the highest we have had in the grand finals.
Oh yeah.
Before this, it was 16. So Time to Quick Esports, they broke the record. And here are overall rankings. And congratulations to Young Good Galacticos, the undisputed champion of PMCL SEA Spring 2025!
Woohoo! GG, well played to YG. And let's give them that transition from you good to you great, because they were the greatest team here in the grand finals, garnering 232 overall points. Just really, really very impressive. And we were out of words by the end of day number 3, because they just have been very, very, very consistent. We talked about that all the time. And they were not also complacent even during the final moments. They tried their best to get a winner chicken dinner. So hands down to YG, this had been a great run for their grand finals.
And 94-point gap. 94-point gap is
That's
the new PMCL record, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that, because I'm pretty sure this 94-point gap, this number will remain for a very, very long time. And here are your champions, hailing from the Myanmar region. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Young Good Galacticos!
Congratulations to YG! And now having all that confetti onto them. I believe they expected this. Of course, we all did. But again, Young and Galacticos, I am just very impressed. And I have nothing else to say, because their scores have shown to us how well they managed and how well they navigated through this PMCL Grand Finals. And MVP though, not Smile, but rather Mernot with 39 eliminations, 8,915 damage dealt, 1954 average survival time, and team contribution of 24%.
Wow, it's an interesting surprise, but it still came from a former GE player. So by now, like Mernat and Smart, how many trophies have they got? I'm starting to lose count. They have at least like what, 3 or 4 trophies by now? Wow. The room must be full of decorations now. They need to find a new cabinet.
Definitely, their cabinets are full of all of those trophies, and they should be proud of themselves, because this is no easy feat. Although they had that 90-point lead advantage, they just managed to, bank on those points very early, and that's why it was difficult for everyone else to catch up to the points that they had.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, now that we can talk realistically, it's already like some say since day one it's locked in. maybe more so for day 2 is locked in. But you know what else
Yep.
is locked in? It's our official phone sponsor for this tournament. Thank you so much to Techno for being together with us, because Techno provides the best phone and they stop at nothing to provide the best in gaming for all of us out there.
Definitely, just like Yangon Galacticus, they did not stop at nothing inside of those matches. Indeed, they just bulldozed through everyone running into their way. So GG's again to Yangon Galacticus for getting the championship title for 2025 PMCL Southeast Asia Spring.
And the trophy returns to the Myanmar region. But before we wrap up the show, we
yeah.
want to remind all of you again that this collaboration is coming soon. Alan Walker is back in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. And the first track faded is, well, track number 1 is there track number 2 and track number 3. And in case for whatever reason you have not updated your PUBG Mobile, update it right now to enjoy the time of the Golden Moon, which is the current event that is happening here. And there's this camel that you can actually ride inside the game. Trust me, you don't want to miss out on this one.
Definitely. And again, I'd just like to thank everyone behind the scenes, of course, and I'd like to thank my co-caster right beside me, the one and only Sir Cloud, and also my partner for the past 2 weeks, Kuku TV. Shoutouts to you as well, and to the other broadcasts, most especially for the Peach region, Queen Toya and Paolo B, and for the other regions, shoutouts to you guys. Shoutouts to all of our viewers. Thank you so much. How do follow me on TikTok and on Facebook? That would be APPEX with a triple S. And again, this is me saying goodbye. Sir Cloud, do you have any other words for them?
Well, totally love this season. Amazing season it was. And I'd like to thank everyone else watching and also the production team as well. And don't forget to give us a follow, because, you know, we could use some love and we are very easy people to find on social media. And without further ado, we'll be wrapping up this chapter. Hopefully we'll see you guys again in the following season of the PMCL. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful, beautiful Red Aya. See you guys in the future. Bye!
Bye!